Order. Order, please. The Subcommittee on Supply will come to order. It is now 3:43 p.m. The Subcommittee is meeting to consider estimates for the Department of Justice as outlined in Resolutions E14 and E30. Be it resolved that a sum not exceeding $489,245,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Justice pursuant to the estimate. And be it resolved that a sum not exceeding $4,321,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect to the Office of Equity and Anti-Racism pursuant to the estimate. I will now invite the Minister of Justice to make opening comments for up to an hour, and if they wish, to introduce their staff and their committee. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Good afternoon, Chair, colleagues, and others watching today. I'm pleased to join you to talk about the work of the Department of Justice and the Office of Equity and Anti-Racism. I'm tremendously proud of this department and this office and the dedicated individuals who work hard day in and day out to ensure we have a well-functioning, equitable, inclusive, and accessible justice system, government, and province. This government, our department and office, will continue to work to support Nova Scotians to build a thriving, prosperous future for our province, to create opportunities, strengthen our economy, and make life better for each and every Nova Scotian, and providing equitable, inclusive, and accessible access to justice is not only an important element of our plan, but it is foundational to preserving and protecting the strength of our democracy. Before I begin, I'd like to make some introductions. Joining me today from Department of Justice are Jennifer Glennie, Deputy Minister, Bill Trask, Executive Director of Policy and Information Management, and behind us are Cynthia Carroll, Associate Deputy Minister, and Lee Jin, Executive Director of Finance. We also have many incredibly talented and dedicated team members on call and available to support the work we do every day and also to support our work here today in estimates. The Department of Justice team leads a broad portfolio of programs and services that deliver value and directly impact the safety and prosperity of all Nova Scotians. Nova Scotia's Department of Justice is responsible for the administration of justice in the province. That includes responsibility for public safety and security, including policing and police oversight, licensing and regulating private security services, cyber safety, and oversight of service dogs. Also, managing and supporting the administration of the province's court system, which includes our 25 courthouses, providing administrative support to provincial and federally appointed judges, courthouse security, the safe transport of persons in custody, and civil enforcement. Correctional services, including community and in-custody programs. Providing victim services to help victims and witnesses of crime. Administering justice policies, providing advice on access to information and privacy, research, and strategic planning services. Collaborating to prevent intimate partner violence and to support survivors. Enforcing court-ordered child and spousal support payments. Administering restorative justice. Leading the province to become more accessible through the Accessibility Act. Providing legal services and advice to the Government of Nova Scotia and all its agencies and Crown corporations. And as part of my portfolio of responsibilities, in addition to serving as Attorney General and Minister of Justice, leading and supporting government's anti-racism, anti-hate, and equity efforts through the Office of Equity and Anti-Racism. Our more than 1,700 employees, which include correctional officers, sheriffs, lawyers, probation officers, forensic social workers, court administrators, policy analysts, victim services navigators, youth workers, and firearms experts, work in communities in every corner of Nova Scotia. Our employees are tremendously dedicated to their work and to the Nova Scotians who rely on our justice system, often during some of the most difficult times in their lives. As Attorney General and Minister of Justice, I'm also responsible for several arm's-length Crown agencies, commissions, and offices. These include the Nova Scotia Medical Examiner Service, led by Chief Medical Examiner Dr. Matthew Bowes. Nova Scotia Legal Aid, led by CEO Charlene Moore. The Office of Police Complaints Commissioner, led by Bill McDonald, who is the Police Complaints Commissioner. The Nova Scotia Public Prosecution Service, led by Acting Director Rick Woodburn. The Public Trustee's Office, led by Shannon Ingram, Nova Scotia's Public Trustee. The Serious Incident Response Team, led by Director Aaron Noss. The Workers' Compensation Appeals Tribunal, led by Sandy McIntosh, who is the Chief Appeal Commissioner, and the Nova Scotia Human Rights Commission, led by CEO Joseph Fraser. I'm also responsible for the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, the Elections Act, as well as more than 165 other pieces of legislation. I'd like to start today by talking about our general budget and take this opportunity to highlight some of the investments in our 2025-2026 budget that will enable better access to justice for all Nova Scotians. Our total budget for the upcoming fiscal year is $489.2 million, an increase of $24.5 million from last year. Some increases that I'd like to highlight include $5.6 million for legal aid, $1.2 million for the digital modernization of the Nova Scotia Court of Appeal, and $750,000 for counseling services for victims and witnesses of crime. The Department of Justice also has several projects in the capital plan, including design work for a Truro Justice Centre, a feasibility study for the Halifax courts, and immediate upgrades to the Law Courts parking garage on Lower Water Street. Budget 2025-2026 makes important investments in areas of public safety, improving the efficiency of our court administration, and serves to advance government's efforts to ensure an equitable, accessible, and inclusive justice system for all Nova Scotians. I'm going to turn next to the DFI and MCC recommendations, in particular the government response. An important priority within the Department of Justice and across all of our government departments is our actions in response to the final reports of the Mass Casualty Commission and the Desmond Family Fatality Inquiry. These tragedies left communities and families shattered, and for many, these impacts will be felt for generations. Our commitment to learn from these tragedies and take every step we can to strengthen families and communities, and with community, create the conditions that will prevent these kinds of tragedies from happening in the future. Through this work, we are focusing on the factors that contribute to violence. We are addressing systemic barriers, and we're increasing the resilience and the safety of our communities. We're part of a government inquiry response model that's led by an ADM inquiry response group that meets regularly to support a collaborative, integrated, and whole-of-government response to implementing DFI and MCC recommendations. As part of this work, we are helping to co-design a robust community engagement framework in support of our commitment to working with community to plan and support engagements on inquiry-related recommendations in 2025-2026. These recommendations are not boxes to be checked when complete. For some of the recommendations in these reports, we will take several years to achieve the kind of societal level change that we need and that we are working towards. This will be a process of continual improvement, and it is not government's work alone. We must do this together with communities, with agencies, with partners, and with Nova Scotians. We are deeply committed to this work, and we are tackling both the straightforward actions and the systemic changes that are needed, and we are making progress. Within the Department of Justice, much work is underway to address the recommendations that do fall within the purview of our teams, and I am pleased to share more on this important work. Last year, in direct response to recommendations, we introduced new policing standards and undertook a comprehensive policing review. Nova Scotia's new policing standards are the result of many years of collaborative work. They represent 5 technical areas of policing that affect public safety, including critical incident response, police investigations, police service, including organization and records management, and use of force. A public safety audit unit has been created to measure all police agencies against the standard. Another action taken within Justice as part of the inquiry response was to enhance support for victims to help them navigate the justice system, to help them access legal advice, and acquire counseling to help them heal. Because we recognize that justice is as much about supporting the recovery and the healing of victims and community as it is about addressing the perpetrator. I want to thank those within government who are leading the work to implement the recommendations from these reports. I also want to thank those, particularly within our Victims Services Division, who have continued to support the families and communities since these terrible events unfolded. I'm going to move now to policing and to public safety. I want to provide more detail about the comprehensive review of policing that has been underway for the past several months and what Nova Scotians can expect from that review in 2025-2026. There are currently 11 police agencies in Nova Scotia, 10 municipal police agencies, and the RCMP serving as the provincial police. In total, we have almost 2,000 police officer positions in our province. I'm pleased to advise that the review is nearing completion, and a report on the findings will be delivered to government this spring as committed. We will share the findings with our policing partners and with Nova Scotians, who will inform how we move forward to ensure the safe, healthy communities that Nova Scotians deserve. Our government is committed to ensuring that policing services across our province are efficient, effective, and structured in a way that best serves all Nova Scotians. We also continue to work closely with our partners within the justice system to address intimate partner violence, human trafficking, and sexual exploitation. The serious harm caused by these crimes is felt in communities across our province, and we know that they have a larger impact on marginalized communities and on women. I'm going to turn now to gender-based violence and intimate partner violence as a component of public safety. And I want to talk specifically about how the Department of Justice is working with our community and government partners, both to stop the violence and to support those it impacts, within the context of the DFI MCC recommendations, as well as part of our role to ensure safe and healthy communities. Over the past 6 months, Nova Scotia has seen the deaths of 7 Nova Scotia women associated with intimate partner violence. These are terrible tragedies, and they have left lasting impacts on the people, families, communities who are left to mourn. We stand with them in their grief and commit to working as part of a whole society response to do all that we can to prevent this violence and support those that it impacts. There are a number of facets to that work at the Department of Justice this year. We have a family navigation and assessment program to improve responses to intimate partner violence for those interacting with the family court system by offering individualized support, better information, and more outreach, and to help create a support network and continuity of support for people who are navigating the system. We're also working to ensure that police and service providers get regular training related to gender-based violence, involving people living with visible and or invisible disabilities. The first module of this training has been delivered. The Department of Justice is also enhancing supports through the Victim Services Program, the Domestic Violence Court Program, and new Gender-Based Violence Division, which is currently being established. Survivors of gender-based violence are entitled to be treated with respect, and a range of services are available to help survivors navigate the justice system. Department of Justice's Victim Services provides multiple supports and services for survivors of crime and specific supports for survivors of gender-based violence. Victim service navigators are trained in trauma-informed practices and are there to help victims throughout the court process, including supports for making victim impact statements, which help ensure survivors are heard and the court has a full understanding of the impacts of these terrible crimes. In addition to these supports, Victim Services offers other programs to help people that have experienced gender-based violence. The first of these programs is the Independent Legal Advice Program, which supports and empowers survivors. This program provides survivors of gender-based violence, including people impacted by human trafficking, the opportunity to access up to 4 free hours of independent legal advice. Survivors can access this advice at any point, and no police report is necessary to access the service. Earlier this month, 6 new lawyers received training and will be added to the roster of lawyers available under the program. Another program that supports victims of gender-based violence is our SOLR SOLAR program, Sexual Offense Legal Representation. This program ensures that victims have their own independent legal advice and representation in court cases where an accused is requesting access to the victim's personal records. Through the Criminal Injuries Counseling Program, Victim Services can help victims access professional counseling services to deal with trauma resulting from the crime. This program is available to victims of a violent criminal offense, immediate family of a person who's been murdered, or to people personally injured while trying to stop a crime. Counseling is provided by approved private counseling specialists within the community. Legal advice for Nova Scotians who are victims of harassment is also available through the Law Information Society of Nova Scotia, as part of a program co-funded by Justice, Status of Women, and the Law Information Society of Nova Scotia. Our financial investment to address gender-based violence for the coming year is more than $7 million, part of a more than $100 million investment being made across government. I'm going to turn now to work underway to address other serious crimes, including human trafficking. Human trafficking can be difficult to detect, and victims are often isolated and concealed from the public. Many may experience barriers or may be unwilling to report to authorities for a variety of reasons. While Statistics Canada has recently reported a decrease in the rate of human trafficking in Nova Scotia, we must and are continuing to take steps to address all aspects of this crime. We're supporting police in the investigation of the people that commit these crimes, providing additional resources to public prosecution to ensure those responsible are tried for their crimes, and providing supports to victims to help them move forward. We continue to support the dedicated Police Human Trafficking Unit. Between 2018 and 2019 and 2024-2025, we have invested $2 million in an integrated human trafficking unit, comprising RCMP and municipal officers, to provide dedicated support to survivors and enforce laws against human trafficking. The funding has been implemented through a plan that focuses on marginalized communities, including survivors of human trafficking. But we know more work needs to be done. Combating human trafficking requires education, prevention, enforcement, and support. I know our police agencies are dedicated to addressing human trafficking, and we will continue to work together with them on this. The Nova Scotia Public Prosecution Service already had a dedicated human trafficking team that prosecutes human trafficking matters across the province. And 2 years ago, we provided 2 additional positions, a Crown Prosecutor and a Legal Assistant, to expand this team and provide dedicated services in Cape Breton. From April 21, 2024 to December 31, 2024, this team worked on 37 cases that either involved at least one charge of human trafficking or were relating to a human trafficking charge. Chair, we also remain committed to addressing all forms of serious crime in our community, including gun violence and hate-motivated crimes. Every Nova Scotian has the right to feel safe and secure in their community, and we are committed to ensuring our police agencies have the resources and support they need. I want to turn now to our modern response to the harms of cyberbullying. The goal of the Intimate Images and Cyber Protection Act and the Cyber Scan Unit is to discourage, prevent, and respond to the harms of cyberbullying and non-consensual sharing of intimate images. Under this law, Nova Scotians can access supports and pursue alternatives to criminal prosecution. Victims of cyberbullying or non-consensual sharing of intimate images can seek support from the Cyber Scan Unit or apply for an order from the Supreme Court of Nova Scotia to stop the behavior. Orders can forbid someone from sharing an intimate image, forbid someone from posting communications that would be considered cyberbullying, order a person to take down or disable access to an intimate image or communication. Nova Scotia is the first province in Canada to adopt broad legislation to address both cyberbullying and the non-consensual sharing of intimate images in the same legislation. Each year, the CyberScan Unit provides services to approximately 200 Nova Scotians by providing advice and mediation between two parties, amongst other supports and services. Chair, I am pleased to report that the Department's CyberScan Unit is helping Nova Scotians impacted by these crimes. And I was pleased to learn just recently about the unit's role in helping victims have unsanctioned images removed from the internet and to obtain justice for harms caused. Though not formally called for in estimates, I do want to take time as well to consider my other portfolio, the Office of Equity and Anti-Racism, as there is significant and important overlap in that work. I'm going to start with our work on dismantling racism and hate. And I want to begin by being very clear that every Nova Scotian deserves to live in a place that is free from hate, inequity, and racism. There's no space for hate in Nova Scotia. The Office of Equity and Anti-Racism was established in March of 2021 to work across government and with partners and communities to improve the lives of underrepresented and underserved communities by identifying and addressing systemic hate, inequity, and racism. In July of 2024, the Equity, Diversity, Inclusion, and Accessibility Unit from the Public Service Commission joined OEA, expanding its focus to include promoting EDIA within the public service. With this move, the Office of Equity and Anti-Racism now leads the implementation of the All Together Action Plan, Government's action plan for diversity and inclusion in the public service. The All Together Action Plan focuses on increasing representation of diverse employees at all levels of the public service, with a focus on senior management to ensure our public service reflects the diversity of all Nova Scotians and of the communities we serve. An update of the action plan is under development for release later this year. In July of 2023, our government released the province's Equity and Anti-Racism Strategy. The goal of this first of its kind in Canada strategy is to ensure a whole-of-government approach in identifying and addressing systemic hate, inequity, and racism. The strategy responds to community feedback by addressing how government applies an equity and anti-racism lens when considering and making legislation, regulations, and policies. It also responds to community concerns about how equity and race-based data is collected and used, how we will support and fund work in communities in addressing hate, inequity, and racism through community network grants, and the need to support municipalities and villages to create welcoming communities by doing equity and anti-racism work throughout the province. The strategy assigns OEA as the lead within government for the 2S LGBTQIA+ community. This is a major step forward and is the first time a lead department has identified for the Rainbow community. The action plan for this community will be an all-of-government plan, which will include actions to address community needs, as well as actions to address the needs of public servants who are a part of the 2S LGBTQIA+ community. The Dismantling Racism and Hate Act recognizes that it takes collective effort to dismantle systemic hate, inequity, and racism. Inside government, the Office of Equity and Anti-Racism works with all departments through their EDIA leads to promote equity and inclusion within the public service. Externally, The Office of Equity and Anti-Racism works with our municipal and community partners. The Act empowers government to require other public sector bodies, such as municipalities, villages, colleges, universities, and crown corporations, to develop their own equity and anti-racism plans. Municipalities and villages are the first public sector bodies under the Act to be required to have equity and anti-racism plans. And we are starting with municipalities and villages, given the significant role they play in the daily lives of Nova Scotians. Some already have fantastic strategies in place, and we are working with others and the Association of Municipal Administrators of Nova Scotia to have their plans in place by April 1st of this year. Very soon, we will award our second set of Community Network grants. Through this program, community organizations can apply for funding for projects that have a primary mandate and objective related to equity and anti-racism. This can include reducing or removing barriers in education, healthcare, the justice system, public services, employment, or public life. Promoting public awareness about the importance of fairness and justice, and actively opposing hate, inequity, and racism. Promoting cultural and intercultural community building and economic development for underrepresented and underserved groups. Responding to and reducing gender-based violence. Offering training and capacity building programs that support those interested in advancing equity, diversity, and inclusion initiatives. And promoting and increasing availability and accessibility of data, evidence, and community insights on equity and race-related issues. Our government is committed to dismantling systemic hate, inequity, and racism, and promoting equity and inclusion. We will continue to work with our partners to do this important work. That brings me now to the Indigenous Justice Strategy. As dismantling hate, inequity, and racism takes an all-of-government approach to its work, departments across government are leading equity and anti-racism initiatives, including the Department of Justice, who continues to work with the Mi'kmaq community to develop an Indigenous Justice Action Strategy. We are committed to a justice system that meets the needs of Indigenous persons, and that means addressing overrepresentation, building culturally responsive systems, and having more supports available. We are using an Indigenous-first approach to engagement with the Mi'kmaq community and service delivery agencies. Extensive engagement with community, Mi'kmaq justice agencies, and partners is informing the strategy, which will identify opportunities to improve culturally appropriate and responsive programs and services. And we will continue to work with KMKNO, a Mi'kmaq rights organization, to complete work on this strategy. Next, I want to talk about the African Nova Scotian Justice Plan. The Department of Justice is also developing an African Nova Scotian Justice Plan, working with African Nova Scotians and Black people of African descent. The voices of community members are critical to developing this plan, and engagement was conducted across the province in African Nova Scotian communities over 32 sessions. Engagement was undertaken in partnership with the African Nova Scotian Decade for People of African Descent Coalition and the African Nova Scotian Justice Institute, the Association of Black Social Workers, and African Nova Scotian Affairs. I look forward to sharing more details on both of these strategies in the near future. And I truly thank everyone who has taken the time to speak with us and share their thoughts and their experiences. Chair, another important area of our department is accessibility. And I want to reaffirm our government's goal of enabling a more equitable and accessible Nova Scotia by 2030, and now talk for a few moments about the Accessibility Directorate. An accessible province means an inclusive and prosperous future for all Nova Scotians, and our government is committed to leading by example, to ensure that people with disabilities have financial prosperity, social connection, and stable employment. We continue to make good progress to develop all 6 standard areas in the built environment, education, employment, goods and services, information and communications, and public transportation. The built environment will be the first of these standards and will be enacted this year. It's important to note that accessibility of buildings is being addressed through amendments to the Nova Scotia Building Code regulations. Together, the Nova Scotia Building Code and the Built Environment Accessibility Standard will make a more accessible built environment in Nova Scotia. So the Built Environment Standard is focused on accessibility of outdoor spaces and recreational spaces. The standard introduces design requirements for new construction and newly installed elements in the built environment, and it ensures accessibility is part of infrastructure planning. Every Nova Scotian deserves equitable access to buildings and outdoor spaces. This is an important milestone in our efforts to create a more accessible province and represents a significant step toward ensuring that all Nova Scotians can participate and thrive. Work to develop the Built Environment Standard began in 2018. Nova Scotians have been engaged throughout the standard development process. Education and awareness activities to raise awareness and understanding about the new Built Environment Accessibility Standard will proceed through 2026. Technical design requirements introduced by the standard will be required for new infrastructure starting April 1, 2026. And accessibility planning required by the standard must be in place also by April 1, 2026. We are also preparing to launch government's third three-year accessibility plan in spring of 2025. We've made excellent progress in implementing the previous two three-year plans. All government departments are acting on commitments made through the Government of Nova Scotia's accessibility plan, making improvement at provincial parks and beaches and in service delivery. Accessibility training is now mandatory for civil servants. And at the end of last year, over 9,000 employees have completed the Introduction to Disability training, and over 5,000 have completed the Introduction to Accessibility Barriers and Solutions. Accessibility resource hubs provide government employees and the public with toolkits and resources to increase their understanding of accessibility and learn about practical approaches to improvement. Partnership is a cornerstone of our efforts in reaching our goal in accessible province, and municipalities, villages, and other public sector bodies are important partners. I'm pleased that nearly all prescribed public sector bodies have developed and are implementing their accessibility plans. We are also supporting our 108 public sector partners to develop their second accessibility plans. I'm pleased with the progress of the accessibility standards and would like to thank the Accessibility Directorate staff and Accessibility Advisory Board and their committees and all of our partners across the province for their hard work and commitment to help make Nova Scotia more accessible. Chair, I'd like to shift now to the topic of access to justice. Government continues to be committed to improving service, finding efficiencies, and supporting timely resolution of cases in our provincial court. We are all aware of the impact of the Supreme Court of Canada's 2016 Jordan decision, and I'm pleased to report that we are making progress to address timelines and reduce the risk that cases are stayed under Jordan. Government is making significant investments across the province's criminal justice system to increase efficiency. Our courts have innovated and shifted rapidly to use more virtual services, which has improved access to the justice system for many Nova Scotians. We have filled judicial vacancies, implemented new training for staff, adopted new technology, and added new permanent positions at the Public Prosecution Service and within court services. This year, we will continue to advance the digital transformation of courts with the introduction of digital modernization at the Nova Scotia Court of Appeal. This investment will enable Nova Scotians to access and submit court documents online quickly and easily, no matter where they live. I'm also very pleased to advise that this spring, Nova Scotia's new bail court will be in operation. The new bail court will be a hybrid provincial court that deals with bail hearings in person in HRM and virtually throughout Nova Scotia. There are, on average, 12,000 judicial interim release hearings each year in courtrooms around the province. Moving these matters to a single court will allow other courts to focus on setting matters down for trial and will enable more trials to be held sooner, reducing the possibility of cases being stayed due to delays. In late January, we also opened a fourth courtroom at the Kentville Justice Centre. It's a bright, modern, accessible, and fully tech-enabled space that is already improving access to justice for Nova Scotians in the Valley area. We are also increasing funding for legal aid certificates to improve compensation for the private sector lawyers who serve legal aid clients and to ensure Nova Scotians who can't afford it are able to access the legal services that they need. I was also pleased to recently appoint 2 experienced and respected judges, Judge Mark Scott of Halifax and Judge Brian Warkop of Lance, to the Nova Scotia Provincial Court. Both are highly respected lawyers who bring significant experience to the provincial bench and to the cases that will come before them. Our Court Services Division continues to make supporting families a key focus of their work. Divorce can be an incredibly difficult time for families, which is why we continue to offer a virtual divorce workshop to help people gain basic information about the divorce process and how to apply to the court for a divorce. These live and interactive virtual workshops are held throughout the year. We're also supporting families through our supervised parenting and exchange program. This program enables visits between children and parents in situations where a court determines the parents should not interact with one another or that a parent needs to be supervised during visits. We know that family disputes in courts can be stressful. We have an online resource that offers information relating to the law, processes, and services that make up family law in Nova Scotia, nsfamilylaw.ca. That website helps Nova Scotians understand the process and provides the tools to navigate the options available. It is an important resource, and I am pleased to say that the website is now available in French, expanding the impact that this resource has on our families. And I know Court Services continues to grow capacity within their staff to offer more services in French. We've also completed engagement to inform our work to offer a more comprehensive approach to adjusting child support orders. Through our administrative recalculation of child support program, we can recalculate certain child support orders based on updated income information provided by the parent paying support. We're looking to expand this program to allow for additional changes without the need to return to court to adjust the order. This reduces delays for families, removes matters from the courts, and makes it easier on families. In addition to supporting the provision of family and criminal court related work at the provincial, Supreme Court, and Court of Appeal levels, staff in our Court Services Division carry out an array of support services to ensure that all courts, including small claims, bankruptcy, probate, and civil proceedings, operate effectively and efficiently. The work of the division is also supported by highly trained and dedicated sheriffs who provide courthouse security services, prisoner transport, and enforcement services for court orders. Chair, I've already outlined some of the great work happening in our Victim Services Division to support victims of crime. I'd like to focus a bit now on more of this division's critical work, in the maintenance, enforcement, and restorative justice areas. This is work to support families to get the court-ordered spousal and child support payments they are owed through the maintenance enforcement program, and to provide an alternative pathway to justice that's person-centered and culturally relevant. This is an important program that supports the financial stability of Nova Scotians and recognizes the emotional impact of these services and situations. It supports more than 10,000 children and collects and pays out nearly $154,000 in child support and spousal support to recipients each and every day. We've made many improvements over the last several years to increase support payments to families and to reduce program arrears. And we continue to make improvements to how this program is run, with an eye on improving the experience for our clients. Maintenance enforcement program will often receive information that may impact payments. For example, someone's income may have changed and they can now make payments. Recent process changes have decreased the amount of time it takes to act on this information by 94%. This means that families are waiting less time to receive their payments. We're also being more proactive in how we engage new clients to the maintenance enforcement program. Staff now reach out directly to people who recently received new court orders, providing information about how the program works and its benefits, as well as answering any questions they may have. I'm pleased to say that arrears continue to be at the lowest level in more than 16 years, but we remain focused on reducing arrears and improving enforcement. Recently, we realigned this division to align programs with common purpose and leverage synergies that enable better service. With that, restorative justice was brought under the Victim Services Maintenance Enforcement umbrella. And I'd like to take some time to tell you about the important work that this program does within our justice system. Now, in its 25th year, Nova Scotia's restorative justice program is recognized across Canada and offers an alternative path to justice that enables a higher degree of participation by those harmed by a criminal offense. It provides people in conflict with the law the opportunity to take meaningful responsibility for the actions and to address the harm that they caused. It focuses on addressing the root causes of crime and promoting the conditions and relationships necessary for improved community health, safety, and overall well-being. It builds collaboration among justice partners. It delivers trauma-informed approaches and supports to participants, both those who have been harmed and those who have caused harm. It increases access to justice and supports public confidence in the justice system by directly addressing court backlog and enabling a more efficient, timely, and responsive system. We remain committed to the principles of restorative justice and to working with our justice partners to continue to leverage the paths it offers for Nova Scotians within the system. I'm going to turn now to correctional services. Chair, correctional services are responsible for the administration and operation of community and custody-based programs and services for adults and young persons. We take our responsibility to those in our custody seriously, and we don't do it alone. We work closely with partner agencies around the province to deliver programs and services that support rehabilitation, diversity, and positive outcomes. The Department of Justice, through Correctional Services, operates 4 adult correctional facilities in HRM, Pictou County, Cape Breton, and Yarmouth, and 1 youth centre in Waterville. On any given day, about 460 individuals are in our custody. Among the goals of correctional services is to provide programs and services that achieve positive change in behavior and attitude, and which provide an effective balance of deterrence, punishment, and rehabilitation. Correctional Services has focused on addressing the social determinants of health of our clients. And in doing so, you'll find social workers, correctional caseworkers, programmers, and teachers providing services to individuals in our custody or under our supervision in community. The Department of Justice employs 17 forensic social workers who work in our facilities and in community corrections. These registered social workers provide services to persons in custody or under community supervision in a culturally responsive and trauma-informed manner. The services they provide include individual and group therapy, clinical programming, system navigation, and advocacy. Our forensic social workers also help with skill building, helping individuals develop different ways to cope with stress, regulate their emotions, and improve their relationship with others. Improved outcomes will not only reduce pressure on primary care, but also on other government resources. Some examples of this work include partnerships with the John Howard Society and Elizabeth Fry Society, who receive financial support and in-kind services for supportive housing for individuals involved in the criminal justice system on bail or transitioning from custody to community. Supportive housing case management provides vulnerable Nova Scotians with the supports they need to reintegrate it and stay in the community. Individuals dealing with chronic and persistent mental health issues, brain injuries, and developmental disabilities can be vulnerable in institutional settings, which is why we have developed in-custody specialty living units. The Nitschke Living Unit at the Northeast Nova Scotia Correctional Facility in Pictou County is an example of one of these units. Nitschke translates to where I heal. This innovative program has provided opportunities specifically designed for this population to help them develop basic life skills like healthy eating, money management, and career development. We also have community outreach programs that provide an opportunity for those in custody to give back and make good use of their skills. This includes the Nova Ramp Up Project, where persons in custody at the Northeast Nova Scotia Correctional Facility built ramps to make businesses and organizations more accessible. These ramps were then distributed throughout Antigonish, Pictou, and Colchester counties. Persons in custody who participate in this community outreach program acquire transferable skills, are educated on the history of the area they live in, and gain the confidence needed to be productive members of society, all while giving back to community. Chair, I want to take a moment to discuss the work of our community corrections staff. Community-based sentences allow people to serve their sentence in the community under the supervision of a probation officer. These sentences can include probation, conditional sentence, custody and supervision, conditional supervision, and intensive rehabilitative custody and supervision. Probation officers also supervise individuals released from custody on conditional releases and prepare pre-sentence investigations to assist the courts in the sentencing process. Staff in community corrections work out of 22 offices across our province, helping ensure people who are in conflict with the law are following their sentences and supporting them in their reintegration to community. In alignment with the recommendations of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, Community Corrections has successfully concluded 3 annual conferences on fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, knowledge and resource building for Indigenous youth, and justice. These gatherings aim to foster a supportive network for Indigenous youth with fetal alcohol spectrum disorder. Furthermore, our commitment to providing culturally relevant services to Indigenous and African Nova Scotian communities continues. We've recently opened a satellite office in North Preston and are working to establish a satellite office in Wagmatcook. These offices provide culturally appropriate support to the provincial and wellness Gladue courts in the area. Additionally, plans are underway to expand our satellite office in Eskazoni to accommodate the growing needs of this community in terms of community correction services. To support the decarcerating of individuals who are remanded because they do not have support and services in place in the community to address the social determinants of safety, Community Corrections has piloted a bail supervision pilot program. The program was launched in Dartmouth in October of 2024, and on February 1st, 2025 was expanded to include all of Halifax Regional Municipality. The goal of the program is to enable more people to remain in community while they wait for their court date by providing enhanced supervision and support. Participants are supervised by probation officers and social workers. Electronic monitoring may be used to ensure compliance and public safety. Chair, I also want to take some time to talk about the important role of our correctional officers and how we support them. Correctional officers work in a unique and challenging environment. And on the recruitment side, we have made excellent progress. Last year, the department dedicated a full-time position to focus on recruitment and retention and implemented a continuous open application process that is seeing positive results. Those efforts resulted in the recruitment of 139 correctional officers last year, and we're on track to recruit even more in 2025. We've also designed positions for members of unrepresented groups, held virtual information sessions to help better engage interested candidates outside Nova Scotia, and we attend job fairs whenever possible. On the retention side, there are a number of additional initiatives underway to improve overall staffing and staff well-being, a partnership with the Office of Workplace Mental Health that supports the mental health needs of staff. We have hired 3 workplace wellness social workers who provide clinical services and wellness initiatives for staff and dedicated OH&S specialists who support staff in developing safe workplace practices. In the last few years, we've enhanced training with new courses on mental health and addictions, cultural awareness, human rights, and use of force. We also have increased the number and duration of on-the-job training shifts that correctional officers must complete as part of their onboarding. Chair, can you let me know how much time we have still for opening remarks?
11 minutes, 10 seconds.
Great, thank you. I'd like to take a moment to give an overview of the department's Legal Services Division now. This division is the government's law firm and provides a range of legal advice and services to the Government of Nova Scotia, Crown corporations, agencies, boards, and commissions. Legal services includes lawyers, legal technicians, administrative professionals, and editors. The division is skilled in administrative law, negotiation, and the drafting of agreements, commercial transactions, corporate governance, property transactions, employment and labor matters, child and adult protection, human rights, constitutional matters, First Nations matters, day-to-day advice on a broad range of both routine and complex legal matters that span the full scope of government work. Legal Services also works on every piece of government legislation and set of regulations to implement government policy. The division represents government in all legal proceedings except prosecutions. This includes litigation on behalf of the Crown before all levels of court, administrative bodies and tribunals, and in arbitrations and mediations. Legal Services is also the home to the Registry of Regulations, which is responsible for filing, consolidating, and publishing Nova Scotia regulations. The registry is responsible for the publication of the Royal Gazette, Part 1 and Part 2, and reviews all draft regulations to ensure they meet plain language standards, to ensure regulations are consistent in form, style, and content with current legislation and regulation standards. I turn now to Policy and Information Management Division, and I want to say just a few words about that department, that branch's work. The PIM team plays an essential role in strengthening the justice system and upholding the rule of law in Nova Scotia by providing well-researched policy recommendations and supporting strong legislative frameworks. A key function of this division is policy formulation and research. It provides strategic advice on justice-related policy matters, conducting an in-depth research to inform decision-making across the department. The division also plays a vital role in managing federal-provincial relations, ensuring Nova Scotia's interests are represented in national justice forums and intergovernmental collaborations. Beyond policy, the division is responsible for business planning and records management, ensuring we operate efficiently and maintain strong information governance. This includes overseeing the department's records management program, which is crucial for maintaining transparency, accountability, and compliance with legislative and policy requirements. Additionally, the division plays a role in facility coordination, ensuring that justice-related facilities meet operational needs and support the effective delivery of justice services across the province. PIM is also engaged in justice initiatives that support equity and inclusion, such as coordinating the African Nova Scotian Justice Action Plan. Through these efforts, the division helps address systemic challenges and promote a justice system that is fair and responsive to the needs of all communities in Nova Scotia. I'm going to talk for a moment about new justice legislation, in particular the Justice Administration Act. I'm pleased to share that on February 20th, I introduced the Justice Administration amendments to improve access to justice for Nova Scotians. Our laws need to keep pace with the needs of Nova Scotians, and these amendments will bring important legislation up to date and add additional safeguards for adults who need assistance in making important decisions. The Justice Administration Amendment Act addresses 4 pieces of legislation, including the Powers of Attorney Act, which will be modernized to better clarify roles and responsibilities, as well as having changes to allow remote witnessing of documents, compensation for those acting as power of attorney, and flexibility to delegate authority to a financial specialist. The Adult Capacity and Decision-Making Act will be amended to improve the application process for personal representatives, allowing courts to waive the current bond requirement for representatives, aligning times of notice, and increasing safeguards by requiring the public trustee to be added as a party. The Interpretation Act will allow for legislation to be automatically repealed if it has not been proclaimed within 10 or more years. There are currently more than 200 pieces of unproclaimed legislation on the books, and this will help us clean up obsolete statutes that aren't needed. The Provincial Court Act will be amended to repeal the Family Court Act and reflect family law matters are now heard in the Unified Family Court, clarifying the composition of Judicial Council and the authority of the Chief Judge of the Provincial Court. Each of these changes is important, clarifying the law and making it easier for Nova Scotians to access and understand these important services. Just yesterday, as part of the Financial Measures Act, we introduced two more important legislative amendments to improve access to justice for Nova Scotians. The first is the adoption of the Hague Convention, which will make it easier to enforce court-ordered spousal support and child support payments where one party is in another country, and recognizing the use of digital signatures on registered savings plans documents, bringing legislation in line with common practice. Turn now to the FOIPOP review. Improving access to information and privacy legislation continues to be a priority. The FOIPOP Act has been in effect since 1994, and the last major update was in 1999. More than 400 public sector entities fall under the FOIPOP Act, and it is important to continue to be effective in protecting the legislative rights of Nova Scotia, the privacy rights of Nova Scotians, ensuring transparency of government and other public bodies. We're working to make that happen. In 2023-2024, there were more than 5,000 FOIPOP applications received by Information Access and Privacy Services at Service Nova Scotia. That's nearly 10 times the volume compared to 20 years ago. This review is being informed by stakeholder feedback, and to date we've received about 100 submissions through that engagement, including the Office of Information and Privacy Commissioner, provincial government departments, municipalities and villages, other public bodies, caucus offices, and the media. The working group undertaking this review has sought feedback from stakeholders and met with many parties. The review will focus on modernizing the FOIPOP Act to better serve Nova Scotians today and in the future, and I'm looking forward to receiving the review recommendations later this year. This is a big job, and I greatly appreciate everyone who has taken the time to meet with us or share their view. Finally, I'm excited last week, to announce modernization of the Human Rights Commission. This is an important institution that's been in place in Nova Scotia for 60 years, and Nova Scotians have called for some time for improvements. A lot has changed in our province and the world in 60 years, and we are very excited to start on our collaborative work with the Human Rights Commissions, communities, and Nova Scotians to update and modernize and improve this important institution. In closing, Chair, I appreciate the time to give an overview of the important work being done by the Department of Justice and the Office of Equity and Anti-Racism. Employees of our department and office are working in communities in every corner of our province, making a positive difference in the lives of Nova Scotians every day. And before I wrap up, I want to thank everyone from the Department of Justice and the Office of Equity and Anti-Racism and our partners who support the budget's estimates process. As a government, we owe Nova Scotians focus and action on the things that matter most. We know Nova Scotians want action to improve the justice system and to address hate, inequity, and racism. We will continue to make improvements over the next 4 years with the same energy and level of activity as the last 4. We've already accomplished a lot. We are getting things done, and we will keep getting them done. With that, Chair, I would be happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Minister. According to the practice that has developed in this legislature, the opposition caucuses take turns asking questions for approximately 1 hour each. During a caucus's turn, the members within a caucus may take turns examining the minister on the estimate resolution. Only the minister may answer questions. Caucuses are also expected to share time fairly with the independent member. Now, before we begin, there has been a request to have the Liberal hour of questioning first. Is it agreed? All in favor? Agreed. Perfect. Well, to begin the examination, I now recognize the member for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the Minister's time today, as well as staff that are here and supporting and behind the scenes. Super important department. Doesn't get more important than justice. And I have a number of different questions in different categories, but I want to start with correctional facilities. The Minister referenced towards the end of her intro. And one of the things that has bothered me lately is the number of deaths that's occurring within our justice system at these facilities. And every life is valuable. justice really is required for all Nova Scotians and their families that have questions when they lose loved ones. So, unlike other provinces, Nova Scotia doesn't have a mandatory inquest process when there is a death in custody. But I want to ask the minister if this is something that they will commit to implementing a mandatory inquiry to improve transparency and accountability to bring us up to that kind of threshold that it exists in other provinces.
I recognize the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I do thank the member for the question. And I want to acknowledge the death of any person in custody is a tragedy, and we take it very seriously. We take our responsibility to Nova Scotians and to the folks who are in custody very seriously. So in respect to how we address these and how we work to improve circumstances and respond and continuously improve, Nova Scotia actually has, in contrast to the inquiries referenced by the member from Timberley Prospect, Nova Scotia has a process that involves review by death review committees. And these are relatively new. They're actually only a couple of years old, and we currently have 3 death review committees in Nova Scotia. One of them is in relation to deaths in custody, which is what the member opposite was asking about. Incidentally, we also do have committees that are focused on child deaths, if the child is in the province's care, and also deaths related to domestic violence. So I'll say they are new committees, but they are actively considering cases right now. And just to talk a little bit about what that process looks like. So following any death, there's a sequence of events, and following deaths, in particular deaths in custody, these committees take action after those other steps happen. So death needs to be certified first. And then subsequently, if there are any legal proceedings that are underway, those legal proceedings have to finish up. So if there are criminal proceedings underway, that takes time to unfold, and the death review committees await the completion of those processes. So there is no undue interference or any with those processes that do need to unfold. Following any of those processes being completed, then the death review committees step in to do their important work. And the death review committees, they're comprised of experts, like highly specialized, qualified folks who do this work. So we have medical examiners, and we also have, we have medical examiners, pathologists, and we have other technical staff, and we have state-of-the-art facilities that support this work. And that's important to know because in provinces and jurisdictions that rely on inquests to do this work, there are often lay people who are participating in that. And so, so the process that we have in Nova Scotia with the action of the death review committees and the work that they do, I think really, I will say, really benefits from the specialization and the qualifications that the folks involved in that work have. I would say as well that that as a result of the Constitution and the process that these death review committees follow, even though there is the delay that I just described around waiting for the certification, around waiting for criminal or other proceedings to happen, they are still faster than inquiries are, or inquests are, or inquiries. So those are really important elements of the death review committee process and structure. And so, as I mentioned, they're relatively new. And there is work underway now. The committees are considering cases now, but we want to give them time to do the work that they need to do, the important work that they need to do it right. And then we do look forward to receiving recommendations and advice from their work, which will help us to continuously improve. Yeah, so I think.
I recognize the member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the answer. The primary concern with these death review committees that the minister references is that they are heavily redacted before they're made public. So that raises questions of transparency and allowing families, of course, with their own consent, allowing to have full access to unredacted reports, which I think most would agree is a matter of public interest. And there really is no formal evaluation mechanism to make sure that the Department of Justice follows through on the recommendations from the Death Review Committee. So the public has yet to see a single in-custody review report recommendation. So I'd ask the Minister, what's the Department going to do to create a transparent process for tracking and making sure that the recommendations are implemented? And will she commit to making sure that there will be some transparency in making sure that the recommendations are actually known?
I recognize the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, and thanks to the member for that question. So it's really important in this work that we ensure, absolutely, that we ensure that the families have the support and the information that that they need. We know how impactful these tragic circumstances are for family, and so that is something that is very much part of the balance associated with the process of releasing information associated with these reports. And for that reason, the recommendations and advice actually are made public. So I can read, actually, just so the committee is aware. So regulation section 11, which is the publication of a portion of review report, says within a reasonable time after receiving a review report, the minister must make public the portion of the report that details the committee's advice and recommendations to the minister on preventing similar deaths. And so that is really important because it does absolutely preserve, foster, and support the accountability and the transparency associated with this work that the member was asking about. So we share. I would say I share the member's desire for and support of having accountability around this and transparency and disclosure around this. The details of the report, however, that are personal or confidential or sensitive are not released. And this is actually one of the reasons for that. So certainly to preserve and maintain confidentiality and privacy, although the member opposite raised the point that families may wish to waive that. But the other important reason for that is to ensure that the committee, because this is a committee, it's not one person who does the work, has the ability and the confidence to be able to have full and frank discussion and consideration of all of the things that it needs to consider. And this is actually consistent with the release or redaction that we're talking about is actually consistent with how other jurisdictions do this. So Nova Scotia is not alone in ensuring that some of the contents of these reports remain confidential. So it really is about striking a balance to ensure that we do have that accountability and that transparency, but to ensure as well that the committee is empowered to do the important work that they need to do to come up with recommendations and advice that will support improvements.
Minister, I'll just ask you or your team to table that reference. Not immediately, but at some point. Yeah, perfect. Thank you. I recognize the member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And there's a concern that there is potential links to medical negligence when some of these things are happening, warning signs that are being ignored, and the time that it actually takes to discover that somebody is deceased. And I'll ask the question if the department is looking at ensuring medical professionals in jails are properly trained and held accountable. And my understanding is at the Central Nova Scotia Correctional Facility that all of these issues are overseen by one mental health doctor, and I wonder how that works when individuals have physical health concerns. There's no GP on site, and is this concerning for the minister if they have an issue related to stomach pain and these types of concerns? And that's why it's important for the public to see some of these reports not so heavily redacted. Because this is occurring, and I'd like to ask the minister of what steps are being taken to make sure that our medical professionals in jails are properly trained and held accountable.
I recognize the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Chair. So this actually, I think, relates back quite well. My answer previous to the previous questions, I think, quite relevant to this issue as well, and that's the fact that our the folks who are involved in the death review committees are experts. They're specialized experts, and which is a really important element of this. And so the second thing that I will say is that the scope of the death review committee work absolutely is broad enough to consider the factors that the member is asking about. So the death review committee would look at deaths in custody, and that includes any deaths that would occur in medical facilities or hospitals for folks who are in custody. And the scope of their work is broad, is sufficiently broad so that they would consider, if necessary, any of the issues that the member opposite has raised. But I will say, I want to be very, very clear that medical professionals who are providing care to persons in custody are licensed, regulated medical professionals within Nova Scotia. And they're subject to all of the legal and ethical and regulatory obligations that every other licensed professional in Nova Scotia is subject to. And I have every confidence that that they take those obligations very, very seriously. And like every other medical professional we have in the province, they do their best to provide excellent care and do deliver excellent care. And in addition to that, I would say Nova Scotia Health is actually responsible for the oversight of those professionals. So I want to provide all of that context. I think Nova Scotia Health could provide some additional details into the way that regulatory system, licensing, and sort of the professional ethical and legal obligations that our medical professionals have works. I wouldn't want to speak on their behalf. But I can say, all professionals who are providing care in custody are licensed professionals in Nova Scotia, and that the question that the member asked is within the scope of the Death Review Committee. And so if that was an issue, we would expect to see that in the recommendations and advice, which, again, as I mentioned previously, would be made public.
I recognize the member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And similarly, I just want to talk about record retention, and I'm talking broadly, not about specific instances, but there are certainly issues around a frequent encounter of issues of not being able to access crucial footage and records related to in custody deaths. So again, I'm not speaking to a specific instance that the Death Review Committee would be looking at, but I will ask the question, is that within the scope? But since this is a regular occurrence, has there been any updating of the records retention policy within the department, given that this has been, my understanding is it's been an ongoing issue? Just to make sure the evidence is properly preserved. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Chair. So I just want to be clear about what records that we're talking about. So with respect to medical records, I don't want to speak. Again, those are the medical providers providing care to persons in custody are licensed medical providers, and so I'm not going to speak to their record retention practices. Those are practices associated with health. Yeah. Okay. So the second category, I think, of records, and this is the one I think that the member was asking about, is in relation to facility records that may be in place. And so I can say that we do have policies around record retention to ensure that when there are incidents that happen, that evidence and relevant evidence and information is preserved and may be utilized by the Death Review Committee and in consideration of their work. So those policies are in place already, and we are actually in the process of reviewing and updating those policies to ensure if there are circumstances that impact availability or access to records, that we have contingencies associated with that. So I guess the answer is yes. We do have policies around those records around record retention, and yes, we are reviewing them now to ensure that they meet all the needs that we have in a process of continuous improvement.
I recognize the member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the answer. I'll leave that issue and move to the public prosecution services. And this is something staff would recall. I ask every single year at estimates, and there's been some movement back and forth on who's the actual lead on the public prosecution since the retirement of Martin Hirschhorn back in 2022. And so it's been 3 years now since we've had a permanent director, and we've had retired Justice Linda Lee Olin appointed, and then we had Denise Smith, deputy director at the time, filling in as acting director. We've had Karen Hudson appointed as acting director, and when she retired on that same day, Eric Woodburn was appointed as the acting director for a 6-month term. And then just in 2024, Eric Woodburn was extended for another 18 months. And so just a concern that we don't have that permanent director, and we haven't had, I'll remind the minister, anyone from the African Nova Scotian community, from the Indigenous community, in a permanent role of either in the director position, chief crown, deputy director, or director. And so I think that was an opportunity to look at hiring a diverse hire with a competitive process, and in the context of also having the employment review that I was trying to get access to over time with the discriminatory hiring practices at the NSPPS. And then those findings and recommendations have never been publicly released. So I think it's well documented that the organization has had a serious issue, and this is obviously not a slight to the minister. I've asked this to her predecessors, and it's something that I think is systemic within the organization in terms of diversity hiring, especially at those senior levels. So last year when I asked the minister, her predecessor, about the status of the permanent director, he said that currently we have been working to review that position, working with a recruitment firm to look at potentially hiring. Right now, what I would say is we're hoping that within the next few months we'll be able to have an announcement on that. So I do know that Royer Thompson was hired for that. That's public. I just asked the minister if she can confirm that the search process actually was undertaken.
I recognize the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Chair. And I thank the member for the question. I just do want to confirm that Rick Woodburn was appointed for 18 months as of May 23rd, 2024. And so he has a term of 18 months from that date. And because we recognized, the Public Prosecution Service does incredibly important work in service of Nova Scotians and in service of justice. And there was a real need there to have continuity for some time to support that work. And so for that reason, Rick was appointed for 18 months to give that continuity. And so through the course of that, the competition was suspended to allow for that continuity and for that time. So we will be revisiting that as the term comes to an end. But to answer the question, we wanted to ensure continuity, and that was the reason. I think it's also important, to mention and talk a little bit about the importance of the arm's length nature, I will say, of our public prosecution service. So it's very important for justice and for democracy to have an independent, to have prosecutorial independence, to have independence in the choice of prosecutors as to how they proceed with their work. And that is a really fundamentally important element of our justice system. And so, the work that we do it must be collaborative, and we've been working to develop a stronger relationship between the department and the public prosecution service, and to ensure they're supported in the work that they do. And that includes their human resources approaches and practices. So I did want to make that point, because there are certainly elements of the justice system that, although they fall within the purview of justice, and it's important for us to take the appropriate accountability for them, there is a really their independence is very, very important. So the prosecutorial independence is one example of that. Our judicial independence is another example of that. And this is one of those situations where the independence is very important. And so although we have accountability and responsibility, we also need to recognize their independence and respect that.
I recognize the member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think the independence speaks to the reason why the Royer Thompson firm was engaged to have that independent process to look at candidates. And in terms of continuity, I would think a permanent placement would be more continuity than 4 interim directors that have changed over the last couple of years. But I will ask the question, were any candidates recommended to the government from that search process before it was suspended? And if so, why wasn't a permanent director hired from that process, Mr. Chair?
I recognize the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Chair. And so that's not something I can speak to. It was before my tenure in this role.
I recognize the member for Timberley Prospect.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So the term of 18 months, as the minister referenced, of May 2024 will be up this year, this calendar year. So I'd like to ask the minister if I don't see an announcement yet for a new hiring process, and I'd like to ask the question if the government plans to re-engage a recruitment firm to fill this vacancy.
I recognize the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Chair. And I do appreciate the member's interest in this. I share the value that he places on our prosecution service and recognize the importance of the role that they play within justice and the importance of this role as well. So I do acknowledge that the term is up this year, and so planning is underway around that, and it's under consideration now. We, in this role and others, there are processes around considering how appointments should be made and what steps we should take in that. And so at this time, I can just say the planning is underway, but I have nothing specific to share.
I recognize the member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I recognize the minister wasn't there when the acting director appointment was made, but she does speak for the department, and this is no surprise, I'm sure, to staff. This is every year I ask this question. I just want to confirm that there was no job competition for the acting director role that Mr. Woodburn was chosen for by the government. Just want to confirm that that's correct.
I recognize the Minister of Justice.
Sorry, can we get clarification on what that question was?
I recognize the member for Timberley Prospect.
I just wanted confirmation that there was no job competition for the acting director role that Mr. Woodburn was chosen for, that this was chosen by the government, not a job competition.
I recognize the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Chair. And I just can't speak to that. Yeah.
I recognize the member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess I'll ask the minister if she will commit to having an open competition to fill this extremely important position rather than simply appointing someone, and when can we expect to see progress, since it's been years now waiting for this permanent position. And I take the minister's word that I do believe that she agrees this is an extremely important position. I'd just like to ask the minister to, if she will commit to an open competition and that we will see progress soon on this.
I recognize the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Chair. And I do thank the member for his suggestions around this and his requests around this. I will say that I wouldn't make any commitment around how to fill a position like this without consulting with our Public Service Commission. They are experts and important advisors around staffing. So I wouldn't make that commitment at this table on my own for sure. But I do appreciate the request and certainly appreciate the reasons for it, the rationale behind it.
I recognize the member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll take the answer, but I think when you're consulting with an organization that has found to have had discriminatory hiring practices, that it is problematic to ask people their advice on how and when to engage on a hiring practice and whether or not it'll be open. I mentioned that before, and I would just ask the minister to make sure that she does read that report that came out a couple of years ago. Budgetary question.
Order. Yeah. I recognize the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, the acronyms, I think, are causing us both a challenge. So I was talking about the Public Service Commission, the internal, not when I said I'm not going to commit to a process for hiring. What I had said is I would want to consult with the Public Service Commission, which is our internal, they are our experts around staffing and processes. So I take it that you either misheard or, yeah, I just want to clarify that. Okay.
I recognize the member for Timberley Prospect.
That's fair, and I think that is a good idea to consult with the Public Service Commission because they do have practices that I think are about open, transparent competition. So I think that's a good, and I apologize, I misheard. I want to ask about the serious incident response team. In the budget, there is an increase of 2 FTEs, and this is obviously an important group and is supposed to be civilian-led. And there are some concerns around backgrounds of individuals that serve on CERT, and I just want to ask these 2 new FTEs, what is their competency or background? Does the minister have background knowledge of who these new two FTEs are?
I recognize the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Chair. So appreciate the opportunity to talk about the Serious Incident Response Team and recognize that the important work that they do. And I appreciate as well you highlighting additional resources flowing to that team. So the question was around what the two new positions are and the roles in the background. So one of those positions is intended to be an investigator position, and it is actually not yet filled, so can't speak to specifics around that, but it is additional investigative support for the work that the CERT does. The second position is actually around communication, so it's a communications role, and I think this is really something that we learned very clearly as a result of the outcomes and recommendations following the Mass Casualty and the Mass Casualty Commission recommendations. So we know how important it is for Nova Scotians to have clear communication around incidents that happen, both in the course of those incidents and then subsequently around outcomes. And so there was a recognition that the CERT as having an important role in addressing incidents in Nova Scotia and communicating with Nova Scotians about those incidents and the outcomes of those incidents needed additional communication support to really fulfill that function. And so the second FTE that you see for the CERT is a communications role.
I recognize the member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And relative to the inquiry, could talk all day about what was found in that, but I'll bring up the one where it found our CMP members were unclear on proper responses to critical incidents and communication with the public, as the Minister referenced. I'd like to ask the Minister if she believes that officers now have more clarity over their own policies and procedures.
I recognize the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Chair. So I think there are a lot of elements to this. We know how important, as a result of the Mass Casualty Commission's recommendations and the outcome of that incident, we all are aware, I think, of how important improved communication is on all fronts around incidents. And one thing that I do want to say, sort of before I start talking about the different elements of this, is that there is shared responsibility in the recommendations from the Mass Casualty Commission. So certainly, as the province, we do have an important role in that, and there are recommendations that are specific to us, but there are also recommendations that are specific to the federal government and to their entities, and actions that are specific to the RCMP as a policing organization. I spoke earlier as well about the fact that entities in justice must have independence and the complexity of that relationship. So the RCMP is an independent organization that provides a really important function in policing in Nova Scotia, but they do have independent responsibilities. I can say, and I'm confident that we have a shared commitment to making the improvements that are needed that came out of the Mass Casualty Commission recommendations. And so I am very confident that that the RCMP shares the urgency and the commitment to making those improvements. We are in regular contact with the RCMP as the provincial policing service, outside, separate and apart from the work on the MCC recommendations. We're in regular communication with the RCMP as a policing service provider in Nova Scotia. And so that is one element as well that informs this answer. So the next thing that I want to mention is that the RCMP is an active member of the Progress Monitoring Committee, which is the committee that communicates about the progress that's being made by all parties in the MCC work. And so they're an active member of that. I actually haven't yet had the opportunity to participate or to connect with that committee, but I believe we're scheduled for that in March for the next update, and I really do look forward to that. This is such an important piece of work that we are involved in justice, and so I'm very much looking forward to hearing from the committee and hearing the updates that all parties provide and the committee's remarks on that. Just one moment. So there are a couple of other things that I wanted to, yes, perfect. A couple of other things that I wanted to remark on in relation to RCMP communication. So one additional element that relates to this is our provincial policing standards, which were implemented in September of last year. And they actually included, so they include a standard that relates to critical incident command. And so the standards actually include clear expectations for critical incident command. And so that is very much responsive to this kind of issue. It's how do you go about responding, and what do you communicate, and when do you communicate? So not only will agencies, including the RCMP, be required to meet all of the standards, including the critical incident command standard, but as a result of that, they are required to, all of their policies will be required to be posted. So we have another standard that requires the posting of policing policies. It's a lot of P's, sorry. And so that really reinforces and highlights and supports the transparency around policies that are in existence, including policies around incident communication during incidents. And then the standards, going back to the standard for the incident command, it does include ensuring appropriate training, appropriate command triangles, and so all of this will support the work around communication. The last thing I believe that I wanted to mention as well is the policing review that's underway. And this is a comprehensive review of policing services in Nova Scotia. Again, an action that's being taken out of the recommendations of the Mass Casualty Commission. And I expect we will see comprehensive recommendations as a result of that review that quite likely will also address communication. So these are, I spoke about it in relation to a different facet of this work previously, but the work that's underway in response to the Mass Casualty Commission is it's very systemic work. It's not work that is about checking boxes. So I know, folks who were able to undertake immediate action and make quick changes, they've done so. And I know that work has happened, but a lot of this work is system change that takes time and isn't complex and requires...
Order, please. Thank you. So the time allotted has expired. It will now be the turn of the NDP. I recognize the member for Halifax Needham.
Take a break, I think.
She's going to take a break.
We'll take a recess?
Yeah.
All right, Minister, we'll take a recess, 5 minutes. Order, please. I recognize the member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to go back to my colleague was asking a few questions that I kind of just have a few follow-ups on. The minister mentioned about the new standards, the mandatory standard training in the policing and police governance. And I just wanted to ask a question about the educational sessions on the updated standards. What is the uptick? Like, how many folks that are working in the field are taking this educational sessions on the new standards? And if there's a large percentage, how many more need to be a part of that learning?
I recognize the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just looking for clarification on which training the member is asking about.
I recognize the member for Halifax Needham.
The mandatory standard training in police governance. The standards were released in September 2024.
I recognize the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so one of the action items coming out of the Mass Casualty Commission recommendations was to update Police Advisory Board training and ensure the advisory boards have been provided with that updated training. So I can say that, yes, that board training has been reviewed and revised to conform with the spirit and the intent of the MCC recommendations. And training is being offered to police governance bodies in person. Several sessions have already been delivered. So this is done through our public safety division, and they actually travel across the province to train all of our police boards. So that includes our municipal policing boards, as well as the RCMP police advisory boards. as well as the municipal boards of police commissioners. So to ensure that it's accessible and available to all of those boards, we travel to them to do that work. There have been at least 11 sessions provided in the last few months, and and I understand that trainers are currently in Bridgewater as we speak, providing a session. So it's certainly well underway. Yeah.
I recognize the member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Minister, for that. I'm going to go to the African Nova Scotian Justice Action Plan. My question is, what progress has been made in eliminating racial bias in all areas of the criminal justice system?
I recognize the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Chair, and I thank the member for the question. So I'm going to talk about just a couple of things in relation to this question that I think are related and important, and then we may have follow-up questions that go further. The work to address racism and systemic issues that exist within the system is broad, and it's cross-departmental, and so I just want to speak generally to the fact that, our Office of Equity and Anti-Racism we have multiple initiatives underway in collaboration with departments across government to address those issues. But the member was specifically asking about the African Nova Scotian Justice Action Plan. So I'm going to kind of confine my remarks a little bit to that action plan, and then a little bit as well to just speak about the work arising out of the Wortley report, which of course is related to the African Nova Scotian Justice Action Plan. So I'll talk just briefly about the Wortley report, and then move on to the African Nova Scotian Justice Action Plan. And so with respect to the Wortley report, I can say we have been working since that report was released with African Nova Scotian communities with police and other stakeholders, and we do continue to make progress on the Department of Justice led recommendations. And so we've implemented 5 of those recommendations already, and we're making progress on the ones that remain. The Wortley report is a report that makes recommendations that are across different organizations, and it's not just Justice that holds them. So it had 53 recommendations, and not all of them live within the Department of Justice. And so one of the important steps that was taken in response to the Wortley report was the banning of street checks. So moving on from the Wortley report, we know that an important step as well we're taking in response to that, and need identified around ensuring that African Nova Scotians and Black people of African descent have equitable access and are treated equitably under the justice system. That's really the root of the development of the Justice Action Plan. And so this work is being done together with African Nova Scotians and Black people of African descent. So it's informed by feedback that has been gathered at 32 sessions across Nova Scotia at 25 African Nova Scotian communities. And the sessions welcomed 200 representatives. And the goals of the plan include decreasing overrepresentation, increasing access to fair and equitable justice, and improving justice experiences for African Nova Scotians and Black people of African descent. So those engagement sessions happened over the course of 2 rounds, and they were done in conjunction and working with African Nova Scotian Affairs. There was also partnership with ANSDPAD and the African Nova Scotia Justice Institute, along with DOJ in attending sessions. We also had engagement with the Association of Black Social Workers, and they attended the sessions to support attendees as needed, ensuring that those sessions were conducted in a way that had a trauma-informed approach, because we know that folks interact with the justice system at times that can be and arising from events that are and can be traumatizing. So their involvement was very important as well. So the plan is anticipated to be released this year. So work continues to ensure that the plan reflects the input received from the participants of those sessions, and it really is intending to outline goals and actions that support the overarching goal of dismantling racism within the justice system and ensuring equitable access. So we do look forward to the development and finalization and release of that plan.
I recognize the member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm glad to hear that the plan will be released in 2025, or this year, sorry. My question again is like, there are a number of things that have been happening, that there's a ban on street checks. Well, there's a ministerial directive on street checks. I'm curious to know when the legislative ban will actually come forward as a part of legislation to be able to ban street checks completely.
I recognize the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Chair. And I thank the member for the question. So we know that Dr. Scott Wortley issued a report in 2019, and it was in relation to street checks that were happening here in Nova Scotia. And the report demonstrated what I think some or many folks knew to be true, which is that Black Nova Scotians were overrepresented in street checks. And so the report that the Wortley report, as we come to refer to it, provides important direction to address this issue, and we are very committed to implementing the directions provided under that. With respect to the street check ban, the first ban, or the ban, was implemented initially in 2019. What I can say, and I think that it's important to understand this because not all directions come under legislation, or not all directions require legislation to have force and effect, I guess is a better way to put it. The minister's directives, the Minister of Justice can issue directives, and they, under the Police Act, have force and effect, and they require the operation, they require police to comply. There is a minister's directive on street checks which effectively bans them and has the force of law, requiring that police are in compliance with that. One of the benefits of using minister's directive instead of legislation is that you have the flexibility and agility to make adjustments quickly and responsively to community. So we know the process that's involved in making legislation and the timing that's required to go through that process. We know that the norm is, with some but relatively few exceptions, that we sit twice a year to introduce and pass legislation, and it takes some time to move it through. And then there are interim periods where we are not sitting, and we typically don't come back together. So we have the spring and we have the fall. But the benefit of the Police Act and directives issued under it is that we can require action in those interim periods and with more flexibility than legislation allows. And so that's really how we have handled the banning of street checks is through those minister's directives. And so the initial directive, which was issued in 2019, was actually further action was taken with a subsequent directive on December 2021, and that reinforced and replaced the initial directive. So that's really the way we're approaching this, to ensure that street checks are effectively banned, but that we can be responsive to community if adjustments need to be made in that direction.
I recognize the member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm asking the same questions I asked the previous minister, only because there was a call and the community had that call. And the community made the call and said they wanted it legislated. So I think, just based on what the report says and based on what the recommendations say, I mean, when that's what the community is asking for, those are the things that are really important to them. And I mean, just by my short time here, I know that legislation is really important, and the ministerial directive could be changed at any time. So I'll just move into the next question. I have a question about the Fair Care Project. So this is the Office of Equity and Anti-Racism. In 2022, the Fair Care Project was launched to collect race-based data to improve healthcare in the province. Can the minister tell us how many Nova Scotians, or what percentage of Nova Scotians, have provided this data so far?
I recognize the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Chair, and I thank the member for the question. So the Fair Care, I just want to share that the Fair Care project is actually, it's held within Health. So Health holds that data. Health has the information on that data. We all know the importance of kind of keeping data where it's supposed to be. So I don't have that information available. We would have to ask Health for that. Yeah.
I recognize the member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate your time. I'm going to pass it over to my colleague.
I recognize the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Chair. Just for team planning's sake, can I get a sense for whether we'll be proceeding with Offices of Equity and Anti-Racism or Justice or?
I was going to stay with the Office of Equity and
All right, so we'll continue with the Office of Equity. And let me get the name right here. And Anti-Racism. I recognize the member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you very much. So going to the Environmental Racism Panel, members were appointed to that in 2023, but we have heard very few updates since. Is the minister able to tell us when the panel will release updates as well as their report and recommendations?
I recognize the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Chair. And I do want to thank the member for the question. And it gives us an opportunity to really affirm that we're committed to addressing racism in all its forms. And so that is why we worked across parties to pass the Dismantling Hate and Racism Act. And we're really proud of that work. I think it stands as a precedent across Canada, and it really demonstrates what we can do when we collaborate and work together to tackle a really significant issue. And so through that work, and as a result of that work, we have created and are implementing the equity and anti-racism strategy as well. So that is all rooted in the Act and our commitment to really tackling this issue. It is also why we committed to convening and receiving advice from the Environmental Racism Panel, and that actually happened under the Environmental Goals and Climate Change Reduction Act as part of that important work, and it does reflect, I think, the question of the sort of whole of government reality of the work that we're doing. It is very much integrated work. And so I can say the panel met throughout 2023 to explore ways that government can address environmental racism in the province. And it was supported by and connected with the Department of Environment and Climate Change, as well as the Office of Equity and Anti-Racism. I want to say as well that we're very grateful to the panel for their work, and we really extend our thanks on behalf of Nova Scotians for that work. Their insights and advice will inform the work of the Office of Equity and Anti-Racism, which is leading government's continued efforts to tackle this issue, to combat inequity and racism in all its forms. So we appreciate the work that the panel did, and it is being used to inform the work that we do across government. And I want to give as well a few examples of the kinds of work that's underway that has intersectionality with the advice that was provided and the advice that was provided and insight provided by the panel, because I think that's really important to understand as well. So the panel is really, is sort of rooted in land, and there are a number of things that are underway that relate to that as well. So we know that we have the Land Titles Initiative work that is proceeding, and that is incredibly important in terms of providing access to folks who haven't had legal title to the land that they have held for generations. And so that is one way in which we have work proceeding to address sort of land-based issues. We also know that the municipalities, who are sort of the first prescribed public bodies who will be implementing plans to address hate, equity, and racism, that work is underway. And I think it's important to recognize that, because so much of our land use and regulations and laws and control of and impacts of land use live at the municipal level. So municipalities have a significant role in issues affecting land, and so and we have an important and interesting relationship with municipalities. They exist because we delegate power and authority for them to be, but they are independent bodies. So I think that work and their work to develop those plans to address hate, equity, and racism is going to be really instrumental in supporting equity around land use. So that's another important piece of work that's underway in relation to this. And I also want to reference as well the work that is just beginning now, and that is the modernization of the Human Rights Commission. Human Rights Commission is an incredibly important institution in the province for supporting equity, supporting human rights, and so, it's been in existence for 60 years, and we all know how significantly the world has changed in 60 years, and how significantly Nova Scotia has changed in 60 years. Our understanding of human rights and how they apply, and intersectionality and process has really evolved significantly, and so I think that work is going to be incredibly important in so many ways around addressing racism. And so that work is also just beginning, and that's going to be work that's done in conjunction with the Human Rights Commission, in connection with communities, and those are three examples of work that's underway to address these important issues, and work that will be informed by the Environmental Racism Panel's insights, but really goes well beyond the scope of those. And so we really appreciate the role all of those elements have to play in the broad work that we're doing to address this issue.
I recognize the member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you. It sounds like there are some recommendations that came out of that. So if they're not readily available, if they could be tabled before the end of the sitting, that would be fantastic. I would like to jump into some questions about the Land Titles Initiative specifically, actually. Is the minister able to tell us how much the department spent on the Land Titles Initiative in the last fiscal years, and how many land titles were established in the last fiscal year?
I recognize the minister.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to the member. That is actually work that's underway with ANSA, so you'd have to direct the questions, to them.
Thank you. Okay, back to the member. I recognize the member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you very much. There's obviously a lot of interdepartmental stuff, and so I appreciate the clarification. Thank you. So with that, actually, the rest of my questions for the Office of Equity and Anti-Racism were about the Land Titles Initiative. So I'm not sure if you wanted to shuffle some folks around. Yeah. I'm going to be jumping into like the MCC recommendations, if that helps decide who's going to be coming in next.
Okay, maybe we'll just take a moment here. Do we want to take, Minister, a little recess, a couple minutes? Okay, we'll go for a 2-3 minute recess. Thank you. Order, please. I recognize the member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you. So I would like to ask, going back to the Mass Casualty Commission recommendations, I think that was previously discussed. One of the specific recommendations related to the Serious Incident Response Team was to adopt language set out in Section 34 of the Ontario Special Investigations Unit, Investigations Unit Act, to ensure that the SIRT public reports in instances where charges are no longer laid provide sufficient information to allow the public to understand why SIRT has reached that conclusion, and to evaluate that outcome. So is the minister able to confirm that this change has been made? And yeah, just if the change has been made. And I apologize if the wording was as I read it out loud, I'm like, this wording's a little bit jumbled up. I can repeat the question if needed. Okay.
I recognize the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Chair. So, so the CERT does have a number of recommendations under the MCC recommendations, and they have completed 7 of those, and that includes things like formalizing existing protocols for specialized services, and information exchanges with police agencies, providing support to CERT witnesses, and again, in relation to the member's question, release of public CERT reports. So the specific question was around ensuring that CERT reports contain enough detail so that the public can understand why charges were not laid if charges aren't laid in matters that are investigated. And I can confirm that regulations addressing this issue were approved in 2024. And so we have regulations in place that ensure that reports are being written with sufficient detail and analytical transparency to allow the public to understand and evaluate the director's reasoning and conclusions. And so that would be Regulation 9A. And I can share the details of that here, so the committee knows. And so the heading is report when charge not laid against subject police officer. And so it says, if an investigation does not result in any charges being laid against a subject police officer, the director must publish a report containing all of the following and have the report posted on the team website and at any other location determined by the director. And so the first item is that it must include the reasons why the investigation was believed to be authorized. The second is a detailed description of the events leading to the investigation. The third is a summary of the investigative process that includes timeline and notes any delays. The fourth is a summary of relevant evidence considered, including how many witnesses were interviewed. The fifth is the reasons for not laying a charge against the subject police officer, including a review of any relevant legal details. And then the sixth relates to other relevant evidence. Yeah. And those regulations were amended in July to ensure that the specific language from Ontario was reflected so that those details would be included.
Thank you, Minister. I'll ask for that to be tabled too at the end, if that's okay. I recognize the member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you very much. So going into gender-based violence, we know that survivors of intimate partner violence are hesitant to contact police in the situation of a crisis. When there are mandatory, I'm going to restart if that's okay. We know that survivors of intimate partner violence are hesitant to contact police in a crisis situation when there are mandatory arrest policies in place. For this reason, the MCC had recommended that provinces move away from mandatory arrests and charging policies and protocols for intimate partner violence offenses with frameworks for structured decision-making by police with a focus on violence prevention. Has there been any changes made in Nova Scotia related to this recommendation? Yeah. Thank you.
I recognize the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. We have about 130 recommendations that have come out of the Mass Casualty Commission. 55 of them live with the province. And I want to say and recognize the fact that many, if not most, of these recommendations are not quick boxes to check. They're complex. They involve work between departments, between levels of government, with community agencies, with community. So I really want to acknowledge that and recognize the fact that means that there is a complexity to this, but it also reflects the goal of having systemic and society-wide change. And one department checking a box doesn't result in systemic or society-wide change. That's the kind of thing that we need to do together. And so that I appreciate the specific question was around the move away from mandatory arrest in situations where there is intimate partner or domestic violence. And so I can say that we have work underway in considering that recommendation, and we actually have a task group comprised of the Public Prosecution Service, police, status of women, and community. And so they've been meeting monthly to work through and consider addressing that pro-arrest charge policy. They're in the process of identifying possible solutions, but it has serious implications for folks who are involved in intimate partner violence and victims of intimate partner violence, so it's really, really critical. Any shift to that policy absolutely needs to be done with community engagement on any proposed changes, because they have such a consequence to individuals who are affected. So as part of all of the work under the MCC work, it will come forward, it will progress through with our inquiry group within government. We would want to make sure that we have a structured decision-making framework, and to ensure that any decisions around this would include safety assessments, access to resources, the absence of coercion. We need to focus on victims as well as perpetrators, and so we need to make sure we thoroughly consider all of those aspects, and not just that we thoroughly consider all of those aspects, but there's opportunity for community to consider and provide input on all of those aspects before taking action on that. So that is going to be one of the ones that takes time and takes that significant engagement to really effect properly. But I do want to say as well, so we are standing up a gender-based violence division within Justice, and so we will have a team, and that will be one of the items of work that team will be significantly involved in. And as we consider that recommendation and how that might be given effect to, we also want to reinforce that our support of transition houses is really important in this, because they play a key role in supporting the creation of safety plans for anyone who is experiencing intimate partner violence and needs the ability to get away from that. And so they are a really important partner in immediate responses to folks, to victims of intimate partner violence, but then also a really important voice in the conversation around how we may take action on that recommendation around moving away from mandatory arrest.
I recognize the member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I also want to ask about the MCC also recommended provinces establishing public awareness campaigns about coercive control. And I'm just curious to know what steps have been taken to raise awareness about that distinct type of intimate partner violence. And Does the department plan to establish training on coercive control for legal officials across the province?
I recognize the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the member for the question. We know that awareness of coercive control and the impact that that can have for victimization is really important. I actually want to note that as per that recommendation, Nova Scotia's Parenting and Support Act actually incorporates a definition of family violence that encompasses patterns of coercive and controlling behavior as a factor to be considered in proceedings. So I think that's something that's important to note. So it allows, it certainly, establishes and ensures an awareness of coercive control and a consideration of coercive control in legal proceedings, so that increases awareness and knowledge among folks involved in legal proceedings. And so I think that that's really important. But we know as well that the understanding needs to be broader than that. Community also needs to have that information, Department of Justice has convened a multi-department task group focusing on developing a new provincial policy framework on coercive control. That's not just about an awareness campaign, but it goes. It's broader than that. It goes beyond that. So it's to better address the context of persistent patterns of controlling behavior that's at the core of gender-based intimate partner and family violence. And so one of the elements of that work will be to include awareness-building activities that will improve understanding of coercive control across key service providers. And so at this stage, the task group has developed plans for engagement opportunities with community-based organizations, and we'll be carrying those out this year to inform further work in that area.
I recognize the member for Halifax Needham.
Minister, for that. Thank you. The MCC recommended that the sharing of personal information between public sectors, including police and corrections, the budget includes the reduction of 16 FTEs from correctional services. So how will these job cuts impact the necessary information sharing?
With 4 minutes, I recognize the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Chair. So I would just say that those positions that the member is asking about were actually vacant positions. They were not being used; they were unfilled, and so the elimination of those positions will not have any impact on corrections operations or on information sharing.
I recognize the member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm just curious to know, are we going to fill those vacancies, knowing what we know in the correctional services and how staffing could be necessary? Just curious.
I recognize the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Chair. So I actually appreciate the question and the opportunity to share what is really actually a good news story, kind of hiding under those numbers. Those are positions that were positions at Waterville. And the reason that they have been unfilled is that we have had a significant decrease in the number of youth who are detained. And so it means those positions are no longer necessary, and they won't be filled, and that's why.
I recognize the member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I know my time is short. I just want to say thank you to each and every one of you who are here today, and as well to all the staff that are here. We truly appreciate the work that you're doing, and I hope to continue questions as we go along throughout this process. You know how I am. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, member. And I invite the Minister to say some closing remarks. I recognize the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Chair, colleagues, honourable members. Thank you again for this opportunity to speak about the impactful work our departments and our office does every day in service to Nova Scotians. I hope our time together has helped to build your understanding about the many ways that the department and the office work to build the healthy, safe, equitable, and inclusive communities that we all need in order to thrive. The work we do is challenging, and it's made possible by a big team of talented and dedicated professionals. Those who are here with me today and many, many more are working in communities across our province. I'd like to take this opportunity to extend my sincere thanks to each and every one of them for everything that they do. I also want to thank our many justice partners who work with us to support public safety, access to justice, supports for victims, and restorative justice pathways. Their work is essential to our system, and their collaboration is deeply valued. And finally, I'd like to thank the many community organizations who do essential work, helping people on the front lines. We value their work, their collaboration, and their feedback on what's needed to improve the programs and services we deliver. Thank you. Resolutions.
I will ask the Minister to read the resolutions.
Great. Resolved that a sum not exceeding $489,245,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Justice pursuant to the estimate. Resolved that a sum not exceeding $1,327,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Review Office pursuant to the estimate. Resolved that a sum not exceeding $3,080,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Human Rights Commission pursuant to the estimate. Resolved that a sum not exceeding $453,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Nova Scotia Police Complaints Commissioner pursuant to the estimate. Resolved that a sum not exceeding $4,321,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Office of Equity and Anti-Racism pursuant to the estimate. Resolved that a sum not exceeding $32,092,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Public Prosecution Service pursuant to the estimate.
Shall the resolution stand? Very good. The resolutions are stood. And as we move to labor skills and immigration, we will take a recess. Thank you all. Meeting adjourned. Oh, sorry.
Order. Order, please. The Subcommittee on Supply will come to order. It is now 6:57 p.m. The Subcommittee is meeting to consider the estimates for the Department of Labor, Skills, and Immigration as outlined in Resolution E15. Be it resolved that a sum not exceeding $246,453,000 be granted to Lieutenant Governor to defray the expenses in respect of the Department of Labor, Skills, and Immigration pursuant to the estimate. I will now invite the Honourable Minister of Labor, Skills, and Immigration to make opening statements or opening comments up to an hour, and if they wish, to introduce their staff to the committee. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Labor, Skills, and Immigration.
Awesome. Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's great to be here today, and I'm excited to talk about the work that we do at Labor, Skills, and Immigration. I can't stress that enough, how excited I truly am to be here with all of you tonight at 6:57. I'm going to share some details about the programs and plans for the year ahead. And I think it'd be appropriate to start by introducing the team that's with me here today. On my left, I have Vanessa Schwinard, who is my ADM, and on my right, I have Wanda Fletcher, who is the Executive Director of Financial and Advisory Services. Also, Mr. Chair, I have several members of the department's senior leadership team that are also available to assist me today. They represent many branches of our department. They represent skills and learning. They represent safety, labor services, immigration and population growth, corporate policy and services, as well as engagement, equity, and belonging. I'm also joined here today by staff from the Nova Scotia Apprenticeship Agency. Mr. Chair, our team works hard every day to help workers and businesses and communities across this province. And today I'll share how we're making a difference. On February 18th, the government introduced the 2025-2026 budget, Unlocking Our Potential. That's a budget I'm very proud of. This budget builds on what we have already started. This builds on improving healthcare, training a skilled workforce, making life more affordable, strengthening communities, as well as the economy. And in all this, labor, skills, and immigration, Mr. Chair, plays a key role in these priorities. And we're committed to creating a workforce that industry needs, a workforce that's not only skilled, but also diverse and inclusive. And we will do this with a focus of growing a strong and vibrant communities across Nova Scotia. That's what Nova Scotians want and deserve. And I think about when I, growing up and graduate in 1998, with the labor market after the coal mines had closed in Cape Breton at the time. And it took many young people like myself, took a lot of our youth away, spending many years in Alberta working in various projects in various sectors, mining and oil and gas. And when I looked at my grad year, 75% of the people that were out west at the time, they're all from Waterford. We actually all lived in the same neighborhood. It was like a little Waterford thing. But, Mr. Chair, the times have certainly changed. And I look at the growth in the city. I look at the cranes that are in downtown Halifax. I think that's almost it reminds me of Edmonton and the years I had spent there. Let me briefly outline the work of each of our branch that's within our department. The Skills and Learning branch, well, they help people in Nova Scotia get ready for and find jobs. It offers skills, training, job search assistant, and work experience programs. Now, this branch also helps business and workers improve their skills and become more productive, efficient, and modern. The Safety branch, well, they work to improve safety at work across Nova Scotia. It sets the rules to prevent accidents, injuries, illnesses, and fatalities. This branch, Mr. Chair, is something that it hits home. My wife, as you may or may not know, was a former safety officer and spent many years out west in construction. And I've had my infractions at home certain days, Mr. Chair, and I've learned my lesson. But, there's no job that can be done that's not done safely. And I truly believe in that. Back to this job, this department, our safety is done through education, inspections, enforcements, and by issuing permits, licenses, and also equipment registrations. Our Labor Services branch, they provide fair and responsive dispute resolution services for Nova Scotia's workplaces. This includes supporting negotiations, offering mediation, and giving training workshops for unionized workplaces. This branch, Mr. Chair, it also provides legal advice to support injured workers and their families. It administers the Labor Services Code, including protection of foreign workers. This branch also provides administrative support to the Labor Board, an independent tribunal that adjudicates and resolves our workplace issues. Mr. Chair, we also have our immigration and population growth, and they lead to support Nova Scotia's labour force strategically. It works with local and national levels, running programs like the Nova Scotia Provincial Nominee Program, as well as the Atlantic Immigration Program. And these programs, Mr. Chair, they're designed to support businesses and attracting the skilled workforce that our province needs, which is critically important. Under LSI, we also have the Corporate Policy and Services branch that ensures that the department follows government policies, priorities, and processes to support decision-making. It leads policy planning, research, accountability priorities, accountability, intergovernmental affairs, while managing correspondence, or FOIPOPs, appointments, and physical facilities. Mr. Chair, we also have our Engagement, Equity, and Belonging branch, and they work to make our departmental culture more fair. And this is done through leading, training, and education initiatives across the department. Now, with a department of over 500 people, this division is also responsible for leadership growth across all branches. This means that we need to make sure our workplaces are safe, accessible, fair, and welcoming for everyone. Mr. Chair, I'm also going to talk about the Nova Scotia Apprenticeship Agency. This would be an agency that I'm quite familiar with, having obtained my Red Seal, Mr. Chair, in the, I think it was the early 2000s. I completed that. It seems like a lifetime ago, but having gone through the apprenticeship model and seeing what a skilled trades workforce can do for our economy, it's incredibly productive and rewarding. Mr. Chair, the Nova Scotia Apprenticeship Agency operates a responsive and accessible system to support growth in the trades so that the province can meet our labour needs. It is supporting apprentices from all backgrounds to successfully enter, receive, and become certified, wait for it, with over 70 designated trades in Nova Scotia. Mr. Chair, I can't remember all 70 of them, but each of them play an incredibly vital role in building our economy. The apprenticeship boards represents a great skilled trades industry. Overall, our department makes strategic investments in people, programs, services, and also partnerships. And these investments will foster job creation and offer individuals an opportunity to continue to build a stronger province. And we understand that building this future requires collaboration. That's why we work with all levels of government, the federal, the provincial, and the municipal, as well as our private sector partners and other key stakeholders. And as we move forward into the 2025-2026 fiscal year, we're going to focus on attracting, training, and certifying the skilled workers that our economy needs. Mr. Chair, this is a great opportunity we have right now, a great opportunity to continue for the growth, continue the momentum, and making Nova Scotia even better. Mr. Chair, we're also playing a strong role in increasing the productivity in our economy, and we're ensuring that our workplaces are not only welcoming but safe as well. We want every Nova Scotian to have an opportunity to thrive, to live, to learn, to work safely to their highest potential. And with our strategic direction in mind, I am pleased to present the budget for labor, skills, and immigration. The 2025-2026 departmental budget increased by $4.8 million from $241.6 million to $246.4 million. Our department employs approximately 548 full-time equivalents, and of those positions, 282 will be funded by outside sources, such as the federal government and the Workers' Compensation Board. Let's talk about our labor market. Nova Scotia is strengthening its leadership in workforce development with two significant initiatives: the Forum for Labor Market Ministers Secretariat and the Atlantic Workforce Partnership Secretariat. These initiatives position our province at the center of key national and regional discussions on labor market policy, workforce training, and economic growth. And with the former Labour Market Minister Secretary being transferred to Nova Scotia, our province is going to play a key leadership role. This opportunity allows us to work closely with our federal, provincial, and territorial counterparts to advance important labour market initiatives. The Secretariat fosters collaboration across jurisdictions to develop a skilled and adaptable workforce that supports a very competitive economy. By leading the Secretariat, Nova Scotia will help shape national and regional strategies to address labour shortages, enhance our training opportunities, and improve workforce mobility and productivity. And best of all, the transfer comes at no extra cost to Nova Scotia. All expenses are fully recoverable from Employment and Social Development Canada and from other provinces and territories. And this is something we take this responsibility as we take it on. We look forward to working with our partners across Canada and to address shared labour market challenges and opportunities. Mr. Chair, we're also pleased to continue to host the Atlantic Workforce Partnership Secretariat, and that's a 3-year term until 2027. The Atlantic Workforce Partnership is a collaboration between the 4 Atlantic provinces to address our regional workforce challenges as well as our opportunities. Over the next 2 years, the Secretariat will lead the 4 Atlantic provinces with a focus on expanding demand-driven training programs that meets the needs of employers. We're also going to create clear pathways to employment and licensure to make it easier for workers to enter the job market. And we're going to enhance strategic recruitment and retention efforts to attract, train, and keep the skilled workers in our key sectors. The Secretariat operates on a cost-recoverable model with all expenses reimbursed through the Council of Atlantic Premiers. And these initiatives will help drive economic growth. They will support our skilled workforce. They will create new opportunities for businesses and job seekers across the province and beyond. Mr. Chair, I'm going to talk a bit about immigration and population growth. As we continue to support Nova Scotians and address the province's labour market needs, attracting skilled workers is essential. Mr. Chair, we need to fill critical jobs in areas like healthcare and construction. It is also essential that we retain those who are contributing to the Nova Scotia businesses in our communities. Nova Scotia is a great place to build a future. Mr. Chair, I almost consider myself, I'm almost like a homing pigeon. I think most of us in Nova Scotia are, we end up away, we get skills in the trade, especially my age, right? Now we have opportunities to continue growing, to continue investing in, but a lot of people want to come back. This is a great place to be. It's a great place to live. Many skilled workers, both individuals and families, are already building their lives here. I talk on the phone often to some of my friends that may be living out west or in Saskatchewan or Ontario or British Columbia, even some of them up north now. And there's a common theme, they're looking to come home. A lot have came home, and they're helping us build a Nova Scotia. Now we're seeing more than ever these people coming home to work and live in Nova Scotia. That's why we have a strategic, thoughtful approach to immigration and we are looking to fill critical labor needs in this province while supporting the economic drivers of our communities. Working closely with our community partners and other levels of government to support skilled workers, one way we are doing this is by funding settlement services that helps newcomers access resources to succeed and supports employers while creating welcoming workplaces. Our efforts to bring in and retrain skilled workers are already showing strong results. Some of our recent accomplishments include we approved 1,520 immigration applications in healthcare in 2024. This includes 58 doctors, a 30% increase from the previous year. We approving 512 applications in the construction sector in 2024. Mr. Chair, this is impressive. It's a 125% increase over 2023. And we supported over 15,000 newcomers through our provincially funded settlement organizations. And we have also 70 newcomers go through our workplaces practical trades assessment program. This program lets them get assessed while working on the job so they can enter the apprenticeship system faster and start building the careers in Nova Scotia. And we have established a network of regional navigators to assist our skilled workers and their families in making Nova Scotia their home in the long term. Communities across the province are stepping up from one end of the province to the other end of the province to the other end. We're stepping up, organizing events, we're offering mentorship, we're creating inclusive spaces where newcomers not only feel welcome, but they feel valued. A supportive workplace that has a strong sense of community are key to retention, and this collaborative, focused approach helps us build a robust foundation for the future of Nova Scotia. Mr. Chair, we all have a role to play. By working together, we can attract, retain, and empower the skilled workforce to keep driving our province forward. I've talked a bit about before keeping young people in Nova Scotia, and our efforts to support immigration go hand in hand with our work to support young Nova Scotians that are already living here. When youth are connected to meaningful careers, they're more likely to stay, they're more likely to build futures, and they also strengthen our communities. And it's working, Mr. Chair. The median age in Nova Scotia is finally decreasing at 3.3% drop from 2021 to 2024. And if you look around, and I drive up in here often and wander around up to my family in Cape Breton, you do see more young people here staying, and they're building their lives here too. It really is phenomenal. The change since the 90s to what we see today, we are getting younger. It's a sign that the province is on the move. To help young workers succeed, our government is investing in financial support and career pathways. For example, you may have heard of this before, but if not, the MOST tax credit administered by the Department of Finance provides a provincial income tax refund on the first $50,000 earned by skilled trades workers under 30. Coming from NSCC and my teaching career there and still in contact with students, I hear regularly that this is a great thing. It's a great program, and it's really working. We're also supporting adults through programs like the Nova Scotia School for Adult Learning, which offers a tuition-free programs for adults to earn a high school diploma or equivalent. And over 50% of these participants in the program are under 30, and they're making a key pathway to employment. I stopped into a couple of centres. Usually when I'm driving back and forth, I drop in unannounced just to see what's happening and see how things are. And it's busy, Mr. Chair. There's things happening. It's really exciting that people are looking at up-training, upskilling, bettering themselves, and we're so happy to offer programs such as this. My department invests in youth to retain students and graduates to help them leave school ready to work and attach themselves to higher paying jobs right out of school. My first job here was when I was working it was $4.25 an hour. End up getting into the trades, and I look at some of the trades wages they have throughout, right? And, you know, it really provides ample opportunities, and there's lots of work here today. We support hundreds of students each year to get them the value work experience with employers through programs like their Summer Skills Initiative. And we work closely with post-secondary institutions to support about 700 cooperative employment placements each year that integrates work with learning. And we also support employers in hiring and retaining Nova Scotia new grads through our Graduate Opportunities Program. And we're seeing employers offer these young people jobs that keep them right here at home while contributing to our economy. It's a beautiful thing. Let's talk about labor mobility. Labor mobility is another piece of this puzzle. We're working with our provincial, territorial, and federal partners to make labor mobility easier. And we will help Nova Scotians who need to find the work, and we will help employers who need workers to get them here more easily, even if they aren't already in our communities. In Nova Scotia, the Fair Registration Practices Act ensures fair access to Nova Scotia's labour force. This act applies 47 regulatory bodies covering 83 occupations as well as 19 designated trades. And we work with these bodies to make changes to the Act. These changes will reduce paperwork, they will cut red tape, streamline the certification and licensing process for workers who want to move to Nova Scotia. Canadians who work in regulated jobs who want to relocate here will experience faster processing times for their certification and licensing applications, more faster. Nova Scotia is already a leader in labour mobility. And our work on a comprehensive mutual recognition framework to keep us at the forefront of workplace innovations. Canadians in regulated fields moving here will enjoy faster certification and licensing processes. Let's talk about the skilled trades, Mr. Chair. At the same time, we're making significant investments to ensure people can enter, train, and be certified in the trades. The Nova Scotia Apprenticeship Agency plays a key role in growing the skilled trades workforce. Trades offer lifelong, rewarding careers, and we're modernizing our apprenticeship system to make it easier for young people into these fields. And to meet the growing demand across the province, we've invested over $100 million in 3 years to accelerate the growth of our skilled trades workforce. Mr. Chair, it's working. Mr. Chair, it's a good thing. Our goal is to add 5,000 more apprentices over 3 years between 2023 and 2026. We're also going to increase the number of journey persons and trade qualifiers to 1,000 per year, and we're going to raise the apprenticeship to certification retention rate from 43% to 60%, which will be one of the highest in Canada by 2028. We're also making trades more accessible through exploratory programs, such as the Building Futures for Youth, which is a program that gives students an opportunity to career in Nova Scotia's construction agency. Test Drives, which is a program that provides students with invaluable hands-on experience across the motive power industry. Remember when I was working at NSCC, we were doing test drives, and we had a class in from Lockport, Mr. Chair. It was an impressive class, and we were soldering copper pipe that day, and we had there was 10 students there. I think there was 6 females, 4 males there, and the females, they did unbelievable. They just destroyed the males in this. And I remember I said to the lead one, I said, "Wow, you're fantastic. Would you like an opportunity in the trades?" Well, Mr. Chair, she said she was going to be a doctor. I said you could still come back to Shelburne, hopefully, but. I have a lot of time for some of these test drive programs. I'm really getting exposure out there. Another thing we used to do is just to have some of the community buy-in and feedback. We'd, you always want to be responsible with the materials that you had. So we'd be welding pipe and have all these ends of pipe, Mr. Chair. And one of the projects that I'm quite proud that we had done Just took all these random pieces of pipe and we built all these soccer nets, regulation-sized soccer nets. They take it very serious and realized that at the time it was all within a mill, so we were good. But we donated to the school, Mr. Chair. They're still used there today. In fact, my son and my daughter, they play on those nets and in my living room. Mr. Chair, I'll continue. Serve It Up is a program where youth get experience in culinary trades and getting hands-on work experience under the guidance of a Red Seal cook. In our skilled trades camps, they are offered during the summer March break across the province for youth looking to explore multiple trades over the week. The hands-on experiences these programs provide helps grow these trades and set individuals up for long-term. The Nova Scotia Apprenticeship Agency also funds programs to support equity-deserving groups, such as the Africadian Empowerment Academy. You say that right? Africadia? Thank you. Africadian Empowerment Academy, which helps African Nova Scotian apprentices succeed. And more women are also entering the trades, thanks to many programs and partnership to support women throughout their careers in the skilled trades. And just for random knowledge, my wife's also a Red Seal pipe fitter as well, so it makes two of us. Apprenticeship programs now offer innovative training to meet the apprentices where they are. They provide mentorship, they provide workshops, they provide financial incentives. And we know there are many skilled tradespeople in the province who haven't been certified. And to help them get to the next step, Mr. Chair, we've waived fees for construction trades to become trade qualifiers in 2026. And that may not seem like a big thing, but that's a great thing. It's going to do a lot of good. This makes it easier for more people to become journey persons and helps connect apprentices with experienced mentors on the job site. And we also work with Techsploration, an award-winning program that introduces young women to careers in science, technology, in the skilled trades. I went to a couple of Techsploration workshops. I was just quite impressed. My wife has spoke at one of the Techsploration workshops. There was a young lady from Shelburne who actually went to the similar field as I got into. And I believe, Mr. Chair, this year she would be doing her Red Seal, so I'm very proud of her. We've also taken several steps to make training easier and more affordable, and changing apprenticeship ratios to increase mentorship and training opportunities. That's huge. Like that is huge. Talking to some of the people I know in businesses and stuff during some of the labor with a 3-to-1 ratio, if it's applicable in their certain trade, is a massive, massive thing to continue to build Nova Scotia. We've launched a critical construction worker immigration stream to fill labor gaps and funding additional training seats to move apprentices off wait lists. And we're providing more flexible training options to meet the needs of workers. I'm going to take a drink of this, Mr. Chair, maybe taking my gum out.
I'll get you a new cup. Just throw it in there.
Yeah, thank you. Yay. I'll continue, Mr. Chair. Thank you. This year's budget includes $3.17 million increase to strengthen our apprenticeship and training support, a $3 million to expand hybrid technical training, allowing apprentices to learn while staying on the job longer. We've also funded $375,000 to increase technology grants for apprentices in technical training. And we're not done yet. We're also investing in the Journey Persons Incentive Program. Great program. This program provides mentorship training and financial incentives to journey persons who dedicate extra time in training and mentoring of more apprentices. And by investing in both technical training and mentorship, we're ensuring apprentices have the support they need to complete their certification and also thrive in their careers. And Nova Scotia is not done yet. We're going to continue to invest in the future of skilled trades by supporting apprentices and employers and strengthening our workforce to build a stronger province. Mr. Chair, perhaps we should talk about strengthening our workforce. We're also making progress in creating a safer, welcoming, and more resilient workforce. We're working closely with our sector councils to support workforce planning and retention. And this work includes expanding learning resources for employers on diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. And we're also focused on succession planning to address our workforce aging and ensure that we have business continuity. By removing barriers, expanding opportunities, and creating a responsive training environment, we really are building a highly skilled and diverse workforce of the future. As part of our efforts to help Nova Scotians to create safer and supportive workplaces, I'm pleased to share that starting on April 1st, 2025, Nova Scotia is going to expand our paid domestic violence leave, and it will increase from 3 to 5 days. This is really important. This change will give employees more time to access the essential medical, legal, and social services. It's an important step to help them do so without worrying about lost income. Currently, employees who've been working with their employer for at least 3 months can take up to 16 weeks continuous leave. They can also take 10 days of leave, 3 which were paid. With this change, employees will now have 5 paid days. And this decision was made after consultations with community partners, including unions, employees, and advocacy groups. Mr. Chair, domestic violence is never accepted. There's no place for that. It also aligns with the 2024 law that declared intimate partner violence an epidemic, a change that reflects recommendations from the Mass Casualty Commission, the Desmond Fatality Inquiry, and the National Inquiry into Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women and Children. This measure supports workers who are facing violence by helping them address one of the barriers and to get the help that they need. And we know another big part of this change will involve educating people about intimate partner and gender-based violence. And we're committed to working with our government partners. We're going to work with our partners across government, like the Nova Scotia Status of Women and the Department of Justice, to help with the education and awareness of this. My department partners with many employer and sector organizations to increase awareness and provide support. And we'll be working with our partners to fight intimate partner and gender-based violence and to support those who need it most. Mr. Chair, I'm going to talk about safety next. At the same time, we also need to keep our workplaces safe. Labor Skills and Immigration is responsible for workplace safety rules that are across the province. We will work with our employers, our employees, and our workplace groups to make sure that safety is a priority. Our safety branch educates workers and employees in safe practices. We also inspect workplaces to check if rules are being followed and to enforce rules as they're needed. Workplace safety is a shared responsibility, and Nova Scotia safety laws follow the internal responsibility system like the rest of Canada. This means everyone in the workplace plays a role in keeping it safe. I remember when I first went to Edmonton, they were working on the Anthony Henday out there, and one of the things that's always stuck with me through life is when they were working on the bids back, we're going back 30 years ago or more, when they were working on the bids for the road construction, they'd work in how many people would actually they'd anticipate dying on this project. Like right into the bids, we may have 3 people die in this project, and the culture that I end up leaving when I left out there is that there's no job that you can do that's not done safely. Like everyone deserves to go home at the end of the day, right? And just the amount of cultural shift that has happened over those years. At LSI, we investigate workplace incidents to help understand what went wrong and to help prevent future incidents. And this helps us focus on the prevention efforts. I believe every accident and every fatality is preventable. It truly is. I remember it would have been the 90s, I guess 92, somewhere around there. Playing out in the backyard, Mr. Chair. I was playing out in the backyard, and I'll never forget it was the most shrieking voice I ever had. Nolan, you got to come home now. I would have been 11. My father died in a coal mining accident, and 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 I think back then, that's things that just happen. It's just part of work, right? And just the cultural shift that we truly had, that we truly believe that we can do better. We could send everyone home safely at the end of their day. Our safety branch follows a clear plan. We set, we promote, we verify, and we enforce safety standards across to improve the health and safety across the province. And we're also finding new ways to share safety information, including through an innovative NovaSafe website. The NovaSafe is a bilingual, mobile-friendly safety tool. Maybe if you find a couple of minutes spare in the next couple of days here, you could download it and check it out. I know we're quite busy, but you can always access it on any device, desktop or handheld, and workers and employees can access it directly on a work site through their phone. Since its launch, nearly 60,000 users have accessed this tool. That's truly phenomenal. NovaSafe provides a quick and easy access to workplace safety information. It includes health and safety guidelines, technical requirements, plain language guidelines, and resources. In the past year, we've added 16 additional safety topics, including one which covers preventing harassment in the workplace. It's not acceptable. Harassment in the workplace is not acceptable. We're also translating key safety resources into more languages. The Immigrant Services Association in Nova Scotia helped identify which languages are used most. This will help more newcomers understand the workplace rights and stay safe at work. Additionally, we now offer live interpretation services for safety officers in the field. Mr. Chair, I'm going to take another drink of water. I can't drink too much, though. All right, back to the app. This ensures workers can communicate with inspectors in the language that they're most comfortable with. That's amazing. We spent some time at Syncrude, and we were short on welders at the time, and we ended up getting a whole bunch of Argentinian welders to come up to work. We had to get a shutdown done. And so there'd be a welder and a pipe fitter, and in between both of us, so that we'd have a translator. It was like a sandwich, right? But we got that done safely. We continue to work with our Workers' Compensation Board to promote safety and support a healthy return to work. And together, we are building a modern, sustainable system that protects workers now into the future. As you may be aware, we completed a review of the workers' compensation system in 2024, and this has been the first review since 2002. And the review committee included both employer and worker representatives. It looked at how well the system's working, and it asked, very important questions. Is the system running efficiently? What improvements can be made to enhance a timely return to work? Can these services be improved? How do worker benefits compare to other provinces? And are employers getting good value for their contributions? Public input, it was a big part of this review. And we received 495 completed surveys, 385 were written submissions, and 40 presentations. And the committee made recommendations based on this feedback. The recommendations led to the Stronger Workplaces for Nova Scotia Act, which was introduced in September 2024. This act included several important topics. It included the workers' compensation system will be reviewed every 5 years. A return to work process will be created to help injured workers and employers, and workplace protections for psychological safety will be strengthened. Mr. Chair, psychological safety is important. It's just as important as physical safety. Preventing harassment and bullying is a key component in protecting workers' psychological safety in the workplace. Sorry, it's kind of dry from talking. Oh, where were we, Mr. Chair? Okay, that's what, thank you. On a serious note, but that's why we require employees to develop policies around preventing this behavior and are drafting regulations to clarify the roles and responsibilities in this space. But more work is needed. We're going to continue working with our partners to further improve the workers' compensation system in Nova Scotia in 2025. We want all workers in Nova Scotia to work safe and come home safe every single day. Mr. Chair, I'm going to talk about inclusive workplaces. At the same time, we need a diverse, fair, and welcoming workforce. And that means by removing barriers that make it harder for some people to find jobs. And LSI and Nova Scotia apprenticeship agencies are helping employers build diverse and inclusive workplaces. And we're committed to weaving inclusion, diversity, and equity throughout our work, whether that is with our newcomers, our apprentices, our community partners, or our focus on safety and labor relations. Mr. Chair, I'm going to talk about helping Nova Scotians find and prepare for jobs. Yeah, okay. Only 40 pages left, so I'm kidding. Well, yeah. Helping people find meaningful work is another important part, truly is, of what we do. Nova Scotia Works, they support job seekers across the province in helping them prepare and secure employment. And across this province, we have 50 locations, and they're run by community-based organizations. I stopped at my Nova Scotia Works last week, unannounced, just to see what was going on and say hi. And there's some great work that are happening there. I don't know how others, I got to make my tour, but just seeing all the boards of jobs and stuff that are out there and the work they do, they're helping people when I came in. And their services, there are not many things in life, Mr. Chair, that are free, but their services are free there. They offer job search support, access to training programs, and funding for all job seekers in Nova Scotia. And employers can also get help with hiring and keeping employees. Online, Nova Scotia Works provides job postings, resume support, and job matching services. These tools help people explore careers and connect with employers. In high schools, Nova Scotia Work liaisons help students learn about in-demand careers right here at home. And we're helping them to identify the right next step for them, whether it's post-secondary program or direct entry to the trades. I didn't know what I was going to do in high school. I ended up in university, and that I was back in the day when you could graduate at Christmas time. I graduated at Christmas time, and it was a good life lesson, Mr. Chair. I ended up. My mother bought me a plane ticket out west, Mr. Chair. It was only one way. I said, we're missing half this agreement here, Mom, and she said, well, it's for you got to pay for that end day. And I was out there. I'm 16 years, so I came home. Our department helps employers hire students and graduates by offering wage incentives and other programs. For those interested in tech careers, and we partner with NPower Canada, and we offer free IT and job skills training for low-income and equity-deserving youth. More than 500 young people have graduated. 400 have started careers in the tech sector. We also support the summer jobs for Indigenous youth through partnerships with groups like Mi'kmaq Economic Benefits Office. And last year, more than 100 Mi'kmaq students gained work experience through this program. A new self-employment benefit pilot is underway. This program helps persons with disabilities who want to start their own business with flexible support, and it's tailored to their needs. Let's talk about minimum wage and the cost of living. Before I wrap up, I want to talk about this cost of living. And prices are rising, and many Nova Scotians, they are feeling the impact. And it's especially true with lower incomes. And at Labour Skills Immigration, we're focused on helping people find jobs and helping them get the new skills and training for some of the in-demand careers. And programs like the Skills Development Program, over 500 unemployed people each year, we were supported. And this program provides funding for occupational training. It covers living expenses and child care and supports. And these help people complete their training and find stable jobs in Nova Scotia. We have other programs, like the Nova Scotia School for Adult Learning, the Workplace Education Initiative, Skills Online Nova Scotia, helping working Nova Scotians keep learning and adapting to changing workplaces. Mr. Chair, later this year, the minimum wage will increase to $16.50. The minimum wage affects both workers and businesses. That's why it truly is important to find that fair balance. Every year, the Minimum Wage Review Committee reviews the minimum wage, and it gives recommendations. The committee includes both employer and employee representatives. The committee made thoughtful recommendations, and we have taken those into account. We know that the cost of living is a challenge, and that's why we remain focused on programs and policies that support workers and help Nova Scotians build a more secure future. Mr. Chair, I'm at the conclusion. I was kind of hoping I could read this backwards for 10 minutes. I'm kidding. Thank you for giving me the time to talk about some of the work that's underway by the Department of Labour, Skills and Immigration and the Nova Scotia Apprenticeship Agency. I really am honoured to be the Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration. I remember the first day I walked into the office and just friggin' hit me and thinking, 20 some odd years ago, I was on the end of a shovel in a ditch digging around a pipe, and who would have thought? I want to sincerely thank everyone at Labour, Skills and Immigration, the Nova Scotia Apprenticeship Agency. I really am proud of the work they do every day to support Nova Scotia businesses as well as their families. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. According to the practice that has developed in this legislature, the opposition caucuses take turns asking questions for approximately 1 hour each. During a caucus's turn, the members within a caucus may take turns examining the minister on the estimates resolution. Only the minister may answer questions. Caucuses are also expected to share time fairly with the independent member. To begin the examination, I now recognize the official opposition, and I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure we're going to get any more time beyond, I think, the 15 minutes that are left on the clock, so I'll try to be as concise as I can with my questions in hopes that the minister can be swift in reply on the questions. I'm connected to the skilled trades through the role that I used to hold with the Nova Scotia Federation of Labour. While I was Teachers Union president, my affiliation with that organization was also connected to workers of every description in the province. And I know, because of that, between my role as a high school teacher and the work that I did in the union setting, we've heard the cry that we need more people in the skilled trades going back a very long time. As early as 2007, 2008. I'd just been back from Montreal for less than 10 years when really that reached kind of the fever pitch that stayed high ever since. I'm wondering if the minister can talk about the retention rate of apprentices. How many people begin apprenticeships but don't conclude them?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Labour, Skills and Immigration.
It's just like when it comes to that, there has been a lot of work that's underway, recognizing that there's different challenges people have to get them through where they were at and where they're going. I think I mentioned in my opening speech there that we're looking at improving the overall retention rate. It's critically important. It really is critically important. If you don't mind, I could talk about some of the things. Just I respect your time as well. But some of the things that we are doing is we have some new training and technical models that are coming in. That's at $70 million, but it's introduced new technical training delivery models for whether it's hybrid, whether it's in class, remote. We have learning supports that we put through. They're offered to apprentices who need support for their program. I think when I was down, there's more and more apprentices that were coming down to some of the, it's not the Nova Scotia Works, get this mixed up, but one of our learning branches, and they said they've had a bit of an uptake, I'd say in Shelburne in particular, just helping them just get some of the comprehension they need to get through, right? We put a technology grant in to help with, and that will help facilitate some of the remote work, where you could have a cohort offered and people tune in. We also have our apprenticeship progression and completion awards. Since April 1st, 2024, there would have been 334 apprentices who already received a progression and completion award. We also have some of our digital credentials. Over 3,000 apprentices and journey persons would have received this. There's work underway. I've had lots of meetings. I've had meetings and stuff with stakeholders, with unions, with non-unions, with sector councils, just to get an understanding on what the things are needed. We're working closely with them, whether it's pre-apprenticeship direct entry, advanced direct entry in the high schools. I'll pass it back if you have a.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Sackville-Cobequid.
Yeah, I don't ask the question because I'm looking to lay a trap. My comments previous, I recognize that this government, governments previous, and governments previous to that have all flagged this as a priority, and I know that each of those governments in its own way has attempted to enhance the apprenticeship process, to encourage young Nova Scotians in particular to take up the trades. So my question about what is our attrition rate is just a sense of I don't question that there's good work. I don't question that there's intention and design to try to buttress people to get through the process, but to kind of get a sense of, despite all that good work, where are we? What's the number? What is the attrition rate at present? Just sort of as a benchmark for the conversation.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Labour Skills and Immigration.
So I recognize in my opening speech, it was the combined was 43%. I recognize there's more we can do. We're doing more, and I think I don't want to be slapped here, but there's things that we could be truly working towards that are going to make huge differences, which I'm laser focused on, and as well meeting with stakeholders. We're growing. The trades are growing. And I don't have the stats in front of me. You can get them for you if you want. But the amount of certification in Red Seal and Journey Persons and the amount of apprentices coming through is tremendously growing. I'm very proud of the work the department's doing.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Sackville-Cobequid with 8 minutes, 45 seconds.
Thank you, Chair. Recognizing that the global attrition rate of 43%, does the department, when it looks at sort of attrition rates on a sort of a program by program or trade by trade basis, I'm just wondering if the minister could, Chair, comment on whether or not there's any notable differences in attrition rates for, say, I'm just spitballing here, but is the attrition rate lower in trades considered to be higher, or sort of generally considered to be higher paid, and are attrition rates much higher in trades that are considered to be lower paid? Is there variance in attrition rates based on sort of the perception of the perceived value of the trades and sort of the amount of income that you're likely to earn when you conclude your training?
I recognize the Honourable Minister. You've been here before.
I've been here a long time.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. My apologies, sincerely. Okay, the investment that we put in, we're hoping for new apprentices by 2026 of 5,000. That would be 1,000 certified per year, and that would increase our retention certification rate from 43 to 60% by 2028. The first year, the Nova Scotia Apprenticeship Agency is 43% way to, we're 43% the way of achieving our goal and increasing our apprentices to 5,000, and we actually certified 846 new journey people.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Sackville Cobequid with 632.
Thank you, Chair. In thinking about reasons why apprentices may not sustain their training, we know that Nova Scotia's minimum wage, when we look across the country, is on the low end. And a lot of apprentices, I know that you don't necessarily earn the same wages in your apprenticeship at each step. You start out kind of on the low end, and you kind of get paid more at various steps of the apprenticeship process. That the tie between the minimum wage, and I know this is an advanced education, but I made some comments about the budget in terms of work integrated learning. The work integrated learning rate, and that's really a language we use in the university world. But that rate traditionally hasn't been matched. Like, there's been no linkage between increases to minimum wage and increases to the work integrated learning rate of pay. So I'm just wondering, is there any, what are the ties between wage rates and minimum wage and the wage rates for apprentices at the various stages of their journey to becoming journey people?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Just to verify, just clarity, could you just repeat just that pointed end of the question to make sure I'm pulling up the right thing here?
Sure. I recognize the Honourable MLA for Sackville Cobequid.
Thank you, Chair. I'm wondering if there is a linkage between the minimum wage and its increases and the wage rates for apprentices at the various stages of their progression towards becoming a journey person.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Yeah, no, there's not. But if you look at, I can't remember the name of the act exactly, where you start at 50% of your wage, and when you hit each level, it goes up, right? Your employer would set your wage, but increases are set at each level of your apprenticeship. So as you complete more, it's set in, I don't have the act here, but it's...
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Sackville Cobequid.
Thank you, Chair. I guess I'd urge the minister to consider the lack of a connection. 50. I understand the framework you're talking about, the 50% of the wage for the particular trade, but that number, 50% of, may actually turn out effectively to be less than minimum wage, or it may put them right at the minimum wage. So I know one of the things that we hear is that it's difficult to see your apprenticeship process through because the wages that you earn in the early stages make it very difficult to pay for the costs of your classroom learning, pay for the costs of room and board, especially if you have to apprentice in a community where you can't live at home. I think low wages for apprentices seeking their journey person designation, we're hearing anecdotally that that's a major driver. That creates pressure, and people are able to find better paying work than sticking out their apprenticeship. Many different trades, really. I think a lot of apprentices find, I think I understand the spirit of the graduated pay scale of apprenticeship, but I think that 50% of translates to a not much better than minimum wage for a lot of trades. And I think that's why a lot of people don't stick it out to kind of see it through to fruition. So there are certain trades where 50% of your wage as a starting wage is significantly more than minimum wage, and I'd be curious to know whether retention is higher for those apprentices, but there are a significant number of trades where the half wage entry rate puts people really, really close to the minimum wage, and sometimes it's more lucrative to go work, especially in other provinces where the minimum wage is substantively higher in Nova Scotia, than stick it out here and see your apprenticeship through.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Wages are just one part of it. I'd actually be curious. I genuinely offer, if you have something in your mind after estimates or at some point, reach out to me. Genuinely offering that to learn more and hear more. Some of the tradespeople that I spoke with in a competitive market, it was a lot of the rates were half decent, were fairly decent, right? I know some of the NSCC graduates I had coming out were entering $21 an hour. That would have been 4 years ago, right? I can't speak for all the trades. I can just speak what I know. And I do recognize that there are additional challenges and stuff. I listed in my speech. I don't want to read it again unless you want me to, but just the amount of things that are offered out there to try to support them, right? And these completion bonuses and the tools grant and the travel expenses are covered for technical training.
Order. Order. The time is now 7:59 p.m. And the House is set to
Adjourn at 10 p.m.
is set to adjourn at 10 p.m. And that concludes the subcommittee's consideration of estimates for today. The subcommittee will resume consideration when the House again resolves in the Committee of the Whole on supply. It's my understanding we're 4 hours on labor, skills, and immigration tomorrow. Is that correct?
I'm not sure how much.
Okay, we'll see.
Time is remaining.
Regardless, yep.
I think there may be some juggling depending on whether the Premier appears at estimates tomorrow. It may bump some things.
Okay, all right. Thanks. We're adjourned. Yes. So I've been sitting here